younger people, other people, just like we're meeting here now. This is our own Mina. You are our own Babangida now. So we're all meeting here. So what we discuss here is not inferior to what they are discussing that Mina there. The fact that they are old and they are still able to speak out, meet, organize, shows to you that it's an example of what younger people can do.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Our guest today is the APC's presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election, Prince Adewole Adebayo. He will join us in a moment. At this point, they are dealing with technical issues at his home in Ondo State. So he's joining us from Ondo State. So, but while we wait for him to join us, I have my go-to guest as soon as someone is running late, which is our own Mr. James. He's joining me from the Gambia. Mr. James, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, so while we wait for Adebayo to join us, I want to have a few conversations with you. Let me play this video for you and get your take at the other end. This is a video of
أهدافنا تحرير لأرض ثم الخلافة مثل النبوة لا لليهود ولا ملقيها لا لليهود ولا ملقيها جماعة تعاون فكرة عقيدة علم ثقافة منهاجنا القرآن وسنة شعارنا الإسلام تمكين ثم الخلافة الإسلامية أهدافنا تحرير لأرض ثم الخلافة مثل النبوة لا لليهود ونام الخلافة. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
All right, that was something that happened, I think, a week ago. Nigerian Friends of Palestine a call on Muslims and Arab war to end ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I know that Gambia is a Muslim country, is it?
Yes, it's a Muslim but not Islamic country.
What is the difference?
Islamic Republic, that is, in an Islamic Republic like Mauritania, Sudan, they are governed by the laws of Islam. That is something like Sharia. But here, we don't operate Sharia, although there's Mohammedan court where they settle marital issues and inheritance and things of that nature. But when it comes to public law, this is a common law country. 90% of them also are Muslims. The remaining 10% are either Christians or those who believe in African traditional religions.
So, but they had the same British colonial rule, is it, that we had in Nigeria? How did Nigeria's own is Muslim turn into what it is?
Nigeria is a very heterogeneous society, while the Gambia is more or less homogeneous. Homogeneous in the sense that they are all related in one way or the other. They either attended the same schools, or they work at the same place, or they are related to marriage, or in one way or the other, they are somehow connected. So if you hurt somebody, indirectly you are indirectly hurting your family member. And there are some families here, half of them also are Muslims, the remaining are Christians. They live together in the same house, they eat from the same bowl. So that has sort of unified them. They don't see the reason why people should be killed on the basis of religion. Radical Islam, to the best of my knowledge, is not practiced in the Gambia. It's easygoing people, let me put it that way. That's why people like me have been able to live with them for almost 40 years, living and interacting with them wherever I go for almost 40 years. I get along with them, and they see things from my point of view. They allow me to nurse my ideas, my perception, the way I see the world has nothing to do with them. They might find it amusing, but they don't disturb me in any way at all. So that is how they are. But unlike Nigeria, where the society is heterogeneous, and this issue of Sokoto Jihad of 1804 complicated issues in Nigeria a great deal, particularly among the Hausas and the Fulanis. Then their attempt to spread the religion to the south by the use of force, these are factors that has compounded the issue of religion in Nigeria.
Okay, so I know that in Nigeria you have the Sunni and the Shiite and other different sects of Islam. Do they have that in the Gambia? Is it one, or do you have competing?
They are not competing as such because they have different sects. You have the Ahmadiyya, for example. Their brand of Islam or their belief system is slightly different from the others. You have they call them Tijaniyas, you have the Murid, and different, I'm not one of them, but they have different, what's called sects. But however, I noticed that with the exceptions, they operate together. If, for example, if a man is traveling from one place to another, and his prayer, the mosque he enters to pray. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. There are breaks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so they pray in any mosque at all, with the exception of the Ahmadiyyas. There isn't any perceptible difference among themselves. Maybe they know the differences, but to we non-Muslims, there's no perceptible difference between one Gambian Muslim or the other. The only perceptible difference is between Christians and the Muslims, because the Christians, they go to their church for their services, and their belief system is very different from that of the Muslims. But they tolerate it next to them.
All right. For those just joining us who may be wondering what's going on, our guest is going to join us in a few moments. They are trying to fix some technical problems with the internet at his home in Ondo State, Nigeria. So as soon as that is taken care of, he will join us. In the meantime, I'm having a conversation with one of our resident analysts, Mr. James, who is joining us from the Gambia. Okay. So they have the same kind of structure we have in Nigeria, which is, you have different sects, different but is it that there is pressure as a result of the structure of the country, that Nigerian Muslims are, will I use the word, feeling that there's more activities, more, help me out. Is it what is going on? Why is it that we have the kind of tension that you don't see in the Gambia? And I have a friend who's in Senegal. They also say that there's no tension the way we have it in Nigeria.
Yeah, because as I said, they are all related. There's no need persecuting or victimizing anybody on the basis of religion. That is how I see the country. The relationship that some said like what's it called the Shiites.
Yeah.
I saw their mosque somewhere along a pipeline road. They have a mosque there, and it's mainly attended by Lebanese, people of Lebanese extraction, and maybe some Asians. They sometimes congregate there for their what's called services or worship. But there's no basis, the way I see them as an outsider, there's no basis for a Gambian to declare war on another Gambian on the basis of religion. You end up killing your brother.
Do they
You
have
end up killing your
I hear you. Do they have things like, because in Nigeria, when we talk about Sharia law, there are people who raise the issue of how it's implemented. Do they have blasphemy laws in the Gambia?
No, it's not. It's not an what's it called Islamic state. It's a Muslim state. There's difference between an Islamic state and a Muslim state. The Sharia is not the legal system here in the Gambia, although there is the Mohammedan court.
Mr. James, your line is
And things of involving inheritance, that's the public law.
okay. Yeah, your line is breaking, Mr. James. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
when it comes to the issue, is the fault is from this end. Yeah, when it comes to the issue of public law, criminal law, they don't enforce Sharia at all in any perceptible way. In fact, both perceptible and imperceptible, they don't enforce Sharia law in the country. Sharia is not part of their legal system, strictly speaking, unless it is involving family matters and those kind of things, personal relationships with others. But when it comes to between the individuals and the state, it's a common law country. They enforce British laws. Let me put it that way.
Okay. What other difference? What can we learn from the Gambia, probably, that we could apply to Nigeria to kind of achieve a balance, equilibrium, something that will help us to reduce the tension across the country?
Well, you see, is the the system, sorry, the society here is homogeneous, and we are heterogeneous. Now, take the Yorubas, for example. The Yorubas are homogeneous to a very large extent. That is why the Christians and the Muslims in Yoruba land are able to see things from each other's perspective to a very large extent, though not totally. So the issue is the complexity. The complexity of the Nigerians, the internet. I'm sorry, the internet is misbehaving. The complexity of the Nigerian system is what is responsible for the predicament we are grappling with. So the National Youth Service Corps achieve its objective. It's a way of unifying the country over time.
All right, Mr. James, it's frozen entirely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. The fault is from this end. The internet is very weak today.
Yeah,
The National Youth Service Corps, the National Youth Service Corps is an opportunity for the country to get united over a period of time, maybe 50 years or 100 years. But the way the scheme is being organized, the scheme is bastardized, just like most other activities in the country. So there's no basis for comparing the two societies anyway. The population is just about 2 million. If we are to influence each other, Nigeria will influence more than influence Nigeria. The internet is bad. Let me change. Okay, all right. Go ahead, please.
Okay, all right, you can hear me. Okay, so all right, thank you so much for that brief, because sometimes when you look at Islam as practiced in Senegal, in the Gambia, and other West African countries, it appears as if there's a different mode of it happening in Nigeria. And we say this because as we see what is happening as we approach 2027, another election is coming up. The last 2 days, the president has been traveling. Tinubu, he was in Maiduguri yesterday. I think today he's in Bauchi. So the campaign is going on. And also in the news, we had that the students of kidnapped kids from the Catholic school, that the rest of them were freed today. That's one story I'm following. So we are seeing these activities about bandits in Zamfara, and to the point that even lawmakers, I'll play that video next. Lawmakers in Zamfara are not even safe anymore because they went home and the people are turning against them, which may be a turning point in the Nigerian political environment, that people are beginning to ask questions and demand accountability from their leaders in terms of what have you done for us?
Let me quickly mention something before my internet starts misbehaving again.
Okay.
In northern Nigeria, there seem to be deliberate attempts by the education. When Adewole made education compulsory in Western Nigeria in the 50s, they did nothing to catch up with the West. Here in the Gambia, there is no deliberate attempt at all to deny any ethnic group or social group education. At the place where I work here, all ethnic groups are virtually equally represented proportionally here in the Gambia.
Yeah, Mr. James, your line is breaking. We can't hear a full sentence from you. Can you log out and come back? Yeah, can you log out and come back again? Let's see if we will be better.
Yeah, yes, that's what I will do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
in the meantime, let me play the video, of Zamfara State's representative went back home and how the people attacked him. Let's see. All right. Again, thank you so much for joining us, those who are just joining us. We are still waiting for Prince Adewole Adebayo to join us, and he's fixing, they are trying to fix the internet where he's in Nigeria. He's not in Abuja, he's in Ondo State. So their internet is misfunctioning, and we've been talking to them and they are working on it. As soon as he's done and he's back online, we will have him join us. So bear with us.
You see the video clip you just showed?
Yeah.
That is the effect of enlightenment. The social media, social networking is making it possible for the children who have been denied education for centuries to be seeing the outside world. They are seeing the other side of the coin. Unlike here in the Gambia, okay, before 1994, we had only 8 high schools in the country. Because
only 8
high schools in the entire country before 1994. When Yahya Jammeh came, he increased it to around 217 before he lost the election. There was no university. Yahya Jammeh brought university education to the country. The man did quite a lot of things. There was no television house in the country before 1994. Yahya Jammeh set up the Gambia Television and Radio Services. So he opened the minds of the people, and the opening of the minds of the people made them to be critical of his administration. Remember, the same thing happened to Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe. The whites denied the blacks education. But when Mugabe came, he liberalized education. And it is the product of the liberal education system that eventually gave him problems before he eventually quit the office. So this is exactly what is happening in northern Nigeria today. They'll be denied education. I mean, Western education. Even Western education, they've been denied. But the social networking is showing them is educating them in another way, radically different way. They are seeing things happening in other parts of the world. They've started asking questions. Why are they fighting in Palestine? They listen to radio broadcasts and television broadcasts. So this is the kind of revolution probably Showore is thinking about that is going to sweep the country into oblivion. So this is how I see it.
Yeah, but the Nigerian politicians, they are very good at pointing at other people, saying that these are the, these are your enemies, not the people who essentially they're sent to Abuja, or the people who run the capital of their state, or the people who run the local government. Nigerian politicians are good at finding someone to point at and tell people, the problem is not me, is this other people, is this other.
Yeah, this issue you are raising is more common in the north than the south. Will a Yoruba politician tell a Yoruba man that I'm not the cause of the problem, that it is other people? Why were you elected to the house? That's the question they were asking. But these kind of questions are not being asked in northern Nigeria. The Igbo man will ask you, since you became legislator, what have you done for us? You remember the case of Ekweremadu, when he was attacked, was it in Germany also, when he went to celebrate the New Yam Festival, which traditionally he should not even celebrate outside Igbo land. But he went all the way to Germany and he was attacked. Now, there's nothing as good as education. Let the people be educated, and you, the ruler, should not see yourself as a ruler for life. It's not your personal property. I mean, rulership. You play your part and you step aside, let other people continue from where you stopped. But the problem is that they are denying people education. And the decay the entire country is going through right now is the educational system that has collapsed. Both in north, east, west, south, south, or whatever it is, the system has collapsed. We are producing a lot of wishy-washy graduates. You listen to them on television, like Arise News or what they call channels and other news media, you will feel sorry for Nigeria, a country that produced the likes of Wole Soyinka, Kennedy, Nuruddin Alao, and what's this man's name? Walter Fonagoro. I mean, that set of people that are gone for good, not the kind of professors we are parading in Nigerian universities today. So education is the bane of our problems in Nigeria. The North has been criminally denied education. And it is that denial that is giving their politicians terrible headache up to now. Apart from Alhaji Aminu Kano of those days, who did his best to enlighten the people, I think Kwakwaso was following his footsteps, if I'm not mistaken. I do not know of any other ruler in the whole of the North that has taken education as a responsibility to deliver the people from the shackles of poverty and backwardness. I don't know of any. Maybe Abubakar Remi, Balarabe Musa, they were all in PROP. I think that's the Kwakwase is an offshoot of that system, if I'm not mistaken. But however, they've not done enough. They've not done enough to bridge the gap between the North and the South. When I say bridge the gap, I don't mean producing a lot of graduates, quality graduates. They've not done enough.
Mr. James, we will talk about education in a minute. Let me announce to people who are just joining us, we are waiting for our guest, Prince Adewole Adebayo, to join us. As soon as their internet connection is fixed, he will join us. There are people who are in the studio who, if you want to join us, turn on your camera. We are having a conversation around issues in Africa and Nigeria. If you want to join us, you can turn on your camera and you will bring you in. I'm seeing someone, Ernest. Let me see if you want to join us. You don't appear as if you are in, yeah, you want to join us. Are you interested in listening or you want to join?
I'm listening.
Oh, you are listening. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. So we only allow, oh, we have a special person here. Oh, all right. I don't know. Sir Obierika, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining. We are waiting for our guest, Prince Adebayo, to join us. He will be joining us soon. I don't know if you want to weigh in a little bit. I can ask you a few questions. It's nice to have you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, for those who may not know, Obierika, I don't know if he wants me to introduce. I don't know. This is awkward for me. I don't know.
You are always free with me.
Okay. All right. So he's a senior advocate of Nigeria, former Attorney General of Anambra State. So thank you so much. I know you watch us every time, and I tell my people here that they're very important people who watch this show. So we should behave well so that. Thank you, sir. But let me, since we have you, maybe you can help us. One of the issues we are going to discuss with Adebayo when he comes is this issue of tampering with the law passed by the National Conference. So are you worried about such a story being out there and people not seeing that it's a dangerous thing?
It is, of course, a very dangerous thing. And then the last time it happened, to the best of my knowledge, it rendered the law null and void. So decided the Supreme Court. So if after the law had been made by the lawmaker, the presidency decides to go and alter it, then what they eventually publish is not the law made by the lawmaker, and therefore not laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yeah, but sir, do you understand why a lot of people in Nigeria don't think it's a serious thing? Whose fault is it that they don't see that if a presidency, any presidency, can alter the law passed and make it whatever they wanted it to be, that is a serious thing? How do we convince Nigerians to take this seriously?
Well, the only way I know that the truth will manifest is if anyone feels offended by the law and decides to bring a suit in court. Then there is a precedent. That law will be declared null and void.
Okay. Now that we have you, let me ask you, I know you've been following events, and I have not talked to you since even before the judgment against Nnamdi Kanu at the High Court in Abuja. Did you watch that ruling, that judgment delivered by Omotosho?
Yes, and I have a copy of it.
So what do you make of the judgment?
Well, taken as it is, and going by what actually transpired at the hearing, I can tell you that I have very little to fault on the judgment delivered by Omotosho. The only thing that is going to affect its legitimacy are things outside the judgment itself. There were a lot of misbehaviors at the trial. At a point, the lawyers backed out, and then Nnamdi took over the place and made things very unruly. At that point in time, I was in sympathy with Omotosho because it takes a lot of maturity for a judge to know how to navigate under that kind of circumstance. unfortunately, the Omoto show that I saw didn't have that kind of maturity. He let Nnamdi Kanu railroad him into making a lot of technical errors. And you know that when you go to the Court of Appeal, these technical errors may result in the judgment being set aside without really the merit of the judgment being in question.
Sir, can you tell us one example? I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. And one example of a technical error that he made.
Well, at the point he decided to give a judgment, there were unresolved issues.
Like?
And there were applications made by Nnamdi Kanu that were not dealt with.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And any lawyer will tell you that the law, as set down by various precedents of the Supreme Court, is that by virtue of Section 36 of the Constitution, there will be a breach of fair hearing if there were preliminary issues that the court did not resolve before going to final judgment.
Okay. So just so you know, we don't see your face. I don't know if it's intentional. If you want, if we are not seeing your face, if you want to leave it like that, that's okay. If you want to show your face, a lot of people want to see your face who's speaking. So I just wanted to put it out there that the way you are holding the camera, we don't see your face. But okay, so you said that they were.
Let me tell you why I am ashamed to show my face.
Oh, okay, okay. If it's intentional, that's okay. You don't have to tell us. It's okay.
I know your rules. I know your rules. And I'm relaxing in my bed.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We will take it. If you just want to, we are happy to hear from you. Okay, so you said that there were technical problems, technical things that he didn't do well. Now, what happens next if for Nnamdi Kanu and the decision to send him to Sokoto? How do you see that? A lot of people did not understand that decision.
It's normal. I want you to appreciate that is not necessarily a judicial function.
Okay.
The administration, the prison administration could decide to take somebody to a particular place for safekeeping.
Okay. Okay.
The way I understand it, I don't think that it was Omoto Show that ordered that he should be imprisoned at Sokoto.
Okay, that's good to know. And then there were historical examples, like when Adewole was sent to Calabar, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, looking at the Southeast, we had people who joined us yesterday. They were telling us that their Southeast is peaceful, that Christmas is, things are moving well. Is that how you see it?
Well, I hope you know where I am. I'm in Aba.
Oh, you're in Aba? Oh, I
mean, sorry. I'm in Oka.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
So far, so good. I haven't seen any signs of insecurity.
Okay.
But as a matter of habit, I don't get out after 7 p.m.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know what it looks like in the night in the town. But I haven't had any story of any act that would give me the impression that there is insecurity.
Mm-hmm. When Prince comes, we are going to talk about 2027 election, and we're going to use Anambra State, what happened in Anambra State during the election this year, as a reference point. I don't know if you can, from your own understanding, how it played out. We know that Soludo won re-election easily. And people are saying that it's exactly the same playbook that Tinubu is using for the upcoming election, that he wants everybody to join his party, buy up everybody, and it will be a walkover, that before 12, and before 1 p.m., they will announce him a winner. Is that what you are saying? What happened in Anambra State?
What I'm going to tell you about this, I don't know if it might surprise you. In 2015, I banged the table at the Supreme Court and told everybody who cared to listen that they were seeing my face for the last time in any kind of election petition proceedings, because it's an entire farce. There is nothing judicial about what happens at election petitions. So when you tell me about elections in Nigeria under the present law, electoral law, I scoff, because as far as I'm concerned, you cannot have any judicial determination of the correctness of an election under the present system in Nigeria. So the entire thing is a farce, it's a charade. I watched what happened at Anambra that passed for an election. It was no election. People were walking about paying people to vote in a particular way. And at the end of the day, results were announced that would not have stood if you had a proper electoral law. I'll explain what I mean if you have some time.
No, we have time. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, the reason I walked out on the Supreme Court was that I made the point then in 2015 that for as long as you have a judicial system that expects you to file your petition within a given time, and that after 14 days of filing it, you cannot amend it, and at the same time makes it possible for INEC to withhold the result of the election from you, even when you have a court order for it to be released to you. INEC retains the results, keeps it away from you until after the 14 days during which you could amend. Now, whatever you bring in after 14 days, the court will strike them out because they were filed out of time. And that was what happened to P2B. That was the reason why when I was asked to join the team for P2B, I refused. I said the only thing I was prepared to do is to get P2B to refuse to enter a petition on the ground that there is no civilized law under which you could challenge the result of an election. And therefore, the chairman of the INEC could do whatever he liked. And that was precisely what happened. I hope you are aware of the fact that up till this moment, there are people who claim to know the true results of that election and who say that P2B actually won it.
We've had that, but they've not been able to present the evidence for.
You see, that is the charade. You cannot present the evidence now because they have locked it up.
Now
they are holding it and they won't release it. Up to this moment, all you know about that election was that there was a glitch. No one has told you what that glitch was all about.
Now, I don't know if you had the time to look at the amendments that the National Assembly, I think they've passed in the House of Rep, whether it's enough.
It's not.
Okay.
The one insertion that I fought so hard to get into that law was to compel INEC within a specific time after announcing the result to tender the result of the election either at the registry of the court or give it to any person who applies for it within 14 days. For as long as INEC is able to hide the result of the election until you can no longer use it at the election petition tribunal, for as long as that is there, there is nothing to be achieved. And that was the reason why I walked out on the Supreme Court.
So you, based on your assessment, you don't think that the upcoming election will be different from the one that happened?
It will not be. For as long as the electoral body, the INEC, retains the right to kill and bury. They finish whatever rigging they want to do, then they hide the result from you. I hope you listen to the judges saying during P2B's effort, you listen to the judges as they continue to say, paragraph this, struck out, paragraph this, struck out. Unfortunately, people will get out thinking, oh, the lawyers made a mistake. The lawyers made no mistake. The thing is that those paragraphs that were being struck out were paragraphs stating facts that were only made available to P2B at a time he could no longer use it. So remove that aspect of the law. Compel INEC to release the results promptly. I don't want to spend too much time, but this is something that I had demonstrated vividly before a tribunal, before the 15th, when I decided I was no longer going to participate. INEC, in my own case, did refuse, as usual, to release the results of the election. But because in that particular case, time was allotted to everybody within which to finish whatever he wanted to do before the tribunal, because time was of essence. I played on the intelligence of both my opponent and the tribunal. I pretended to be pious. I said, look, I'm prepared to accept a shorter time, provided you give me certified copies of the election results. In fact, I said, if you gave me the certified copies, that I was going to take only 5 minutes. It surprised everybody. They didn't believe I was serious. But my good friend, I won't call his name, who was counsel for the other side, the INEC, undertook to give me the certified copies. And he gave me the certified copies. And then I simply threw the certified copies at the tribunal and closed my case within 2 minutes. Now, I won that case because the uncontested results were before the tribunal, and therefore I can talk to them. I can criticize them because they are there. Now, if I didn't have them before the tribunal, then what you have just said here would happen to me. They'll say, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Where is the results? But I had gotten the INEC by themselves to certify what they worked on. And then on the basis of it, I showed that their calculations were wrong. That was what P2B could not do because he didn't have access to those results. By the time they gave him the results, the 14 days for him to make amendments had passed.
So we have a lot of senior advocates of Nigeria in Nigeria, and they know this, what you are telling us now. Why is it that they are not pushing to say this law must change, or there's no need for us to even have an election?
Well, I wish I could answer that question, but then all that I know is that Dr. Damages, I'm not your everyday kind of lawyer. I came into this profession with special calling, and those who know my exploits in the courts will tell you that in many, many ways I'm different from your every other leader, every lawyer you see. For instance, when I told a panel not to worry about giving me 3 days, not to worry about giving me a week, that I'm prepared to take only 10 minutes. All that I wanted was let the person who conducted this election give me the certified result that he used. And this is all I'm asking for. Immediately after every election, release your results. If you don't, everything you are doing is a charade.
Part of the amendments, part of the changes approved now is that they have to upload the results immediately. It's now mandatory.
I want to see that passed. If it is passed, then you've removed all. Okay, let me say you removed about 90% of the problems that a petitioner confronts. The other one that I hear that they have removed, which I don't even know why it was there in the first instance, is that they say that the onus is on the petitioner to prove that the result was not correct. I thought that was silly. I thought it was a neck that should show that it came to the right conclusion on the election. That is what they have now done, I understand. That now the onus is on INEC to prove. And I'm sure that it is because of that alteration in the law that they now realize that it has become mandatory for INEC to release the results of the election.
All right. One more question from me, and then I don't know if you're willing to have a conversation with some of the people who are here in the panel with us. If you're willing, I can let them talk to you. But the question I have is, a lot of people were worried or concerned about how Omotosho read that judgment. They wondered, you know, the lawyers we have, the judges we have in Nigeria, is that how they now read judgment? What do we have judges? Did you encounter judges like that when you were in active practice?
This is a difficult question for me to answer now, but I'll try. But before I try, let me again say I hope I'm forgiven, because I know your rules. I'm not well dressed.
No, I told them don't worry about that. I know.
Now, as I said, it's going to be difficult for me to answer your question. If you and I were in your parlor, I would have given you full answer.
All right. Next time I come home, I will see you. I will
yes. The problem is my raid. A lot of problems. For one thing, people no longer go to the bench on the basis of their competence.
Mm.
A lot of people get there by favoritism, so they don't know enough law. If you listen to someone who knows enough law, some of the language that Omotosho used would not feature. I'm not saying that Omotosho, I don't know his antecedents, I don't know how he got there, but I know that a lot of people get to become judges nowadays without any competence.
We had a guest here who said, and I didn't know this, he said that part of the problem in the legal profession in Nigeria is that once you're a judge, you can't retire and start a law firm and become a lawyer again and practice. Is that what is going on? Because he said that, so judges are forced to, you have to make all the money you need to make while you are there, because you have to train your kids, you have to, so they don't have any way of sustaining themselves after their time as a judge. Is that what's going on?
Well, yes, you cannot appear in court. But I know that many people retire as judges and set up consultants.
Okay.
But then, I really do not know the reason why anyone would want to retire as a judge and then go back to practice, because the conditions of their service are so good that
Oh,
even
for
when you retire, you are taken care of.
for judges.
Yes.
But I think I saw how much they are paid. I don't based on what I saw, it wasn't. I don't know if they can afford to train their kids. Some of them have their kids abroad, going to school abroad. I don't know if that money will be enough for them, or is there any other way they're making money?
Look at it this way: if you are given very fat salary that takes care of you when you are a judge, and then you are told you retire with that salary for life, isn't that good enough? When you have chosen to be a judge?
Yeah, okay, I think so. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll find out the figure that I saw. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot of money.
But my own personal experience, though, is that it isn't really financial consideration that makes a judge good or bad. It is the society.
Okay.
It is the society, and then some inherent faults in the law, like I have just explained to you. At times, the law by itself is unjust. And then another thing, you remember, as we were talking before, I said my kind of lawyer. A number of advocates are not truly rigorous with their job. I'll give you an example. If you are the kind of person that would easily be shut down, the judge tells you sit down and you sit down and you do nothing about it, then because you are timorous, because you are afraid, you may not press an issue for fear of being humiliated. But I never was that kind of lawyer. You know, I'm in semi-retirement now. I never was that kind of lawyer. And let me give you an example. I went to the Supreme Court, and that was when I was 2 years at the bar. My second year of practice, I went to the Supreme Court. And it was in July. So they had these 4 matters on the course list just to strike them out and then go on holidays. Mine was number 4. And the ground on which they wanted to strike them out and go on holidays was that the notices of appeal were signed by counsel instead of by the appellant in person. So we came in, remember I was 2 years old. We came in and they called the first one. The senior advocate was involved in it. And they pointed out that his notice of appeal was incompetent, and he agreed. They struck it out. They called the second one, struck it out, called the third one, struck it out, and called mine. And I told them I wasn't conceding. They asked me why. I said I wanted to take a constitutional question, and that in view of the 3 decisions they had given, they are incompetent now to hear me. So I wanted them to set up a constitutional forum, that is a full court of 13, to hear me. I was lucky that probably because they had already taken notice of me then, they didn't shout at me. What they said was that I should convince them why they must set up a full court to hear me. And I told them that I wanted to pose the question, as between the Constitution and the rules of the Supreme Court, which is superior? That was a no-brainer anyway. And then they said, of course, the answer is obvious, it's the Constitution. I said, fine. Now, if the Constitution permits an appellant to act through counsel, and your rule says the appellant must act in person, which prevails?
Mhm.
This was a 2-year-old small boy saying this to the Supreme Court judges. They listened to me and then said, well, that they now see the point I was making. If they concede it to me, will I still be requiring a full court? I said, of course, you can't concede it to me because you are not a full court, and this is a constitutional issue. So they had to retire and make up the number. And they came back and told me, well, we discussed in chambers, we see the point you are making, we concede it. So take a date next quarter to argue your appeal on the merits. So I said, if you don't give a ruling on this, someone else will make this mistake you have made today in future. And since the doctrine is a doctrine of precedence, set a precedent, write a ruling. Now, I don't know whether you appreciate a small boy, 2 years old at the bar, doing this at the Supreme Court.
Obviously.
And that is what I still do today. I don't give in just because you tell me shut up. But what you hear is whatever the judge says, you hear the chorus as the court pleases. I'm not that type. But then there's a caveat. If you are going to hold on to your own, if you are going to insist on your own argument, then better do your homework. Because if they ever catch you pressing an issue that is stupid, they will finish you.
Mm-hmm.
They have no sympathy. But from my beginning till now, I have always been of the view that if you want to smash me, go ahead and do so. But at least let me have my say.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So why I have taken so long explaining this is that this is, in my mind, the reason why a lot of mistakes go uncorrected, because lawyers are too afraid to disagree with the judges.
Yes. Thank you so much. Just for the records, I just checked. Judges got a pay increase in 2024. They are now making 5.4 million naira a month for a total of 64 million a year. That's what I could see. So that's the pay. All right. So are you willing to take a few questions or comments from the panel that we have while we wait for Adebayo to join us?
Provided you forgive the fact that
we're okay. We're okay. Yeah. No. We made the rule, so we made exceptions, and this is a worthy one. All right. Let me go to Mr. James. If you have I think you are raising your hand. If you have a question or a comment for Obi Erika.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
Good. You raised a very important point about lawyers being intimidated by their superiors while in court. I think the crux of the matter is the quality of training they received during their university days and at law school. The standard of education in Nigeria has crumbled. It's not only the legal profession, across board, all professions. So what we should do is to see we need to reform the system It's not only educational system, the administration, and in fact, all segments of Nigerian society are no longer what they used to be. So this is the crux of the matter. Now, if a judge is intimidating a young lawyer or whatever it is because of the incompetence of the lawyer before the judge. You cannot give what you don't have. So this is how I look at it. I do not know what your opinion is on this matter.
I agree entirely with you. And that's what I was trying to say. But then I have no sympathy for someone who holds himself out as an advocate and who does not thoroughly prepare himself to argue the issues that he wants the court to consider. That is why I blame my colleagues. Most of them go to court unprepared. Those previous 3 lawyers who considered their point and then their appeals, some of these appeals were in respect of judgments that were that sentenced people to death. And they just tell you your notice of appeal is incompetent and you agree. And then they strike out your appeal. So it is that kind of intellectual rigor. I don't see how any advocate, properly so-called, can excuse himself for lacking behind in that aspect of his advocacy. But generally speaking, there is very little effort to interrogate issues. I'm sorry to say that, but it's there all the time.
Yes, sir. But you see, the issue is they cannot give what they don't have. The training is wishy-washy across board. Look, I was mentioning something before you appeared. You remember people like Kenneth Dike, what's his name, Wole Soyinka, Elechi Amadi, Supreme Ekwensi, Chinu Achebe, and their likes. The kind of education they received and what we are giving the children now is a wall apart. So should we blame the lawyers who are unable to perform? I mean, they were not properly trained. So what we should do is to revamp the entire education system in Nigeria. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your answer. Thank you so much indeed.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Ernest, do you have a question or should I go to stay humble or the other? Do you have a question? I can't hear you, Ernest. All right. I can't hear you. Let me go to stay humble. Stay humble. Do you have a question? Or a comment?
Yeah, sure. I have.
Okay.
I have questions, observations, comments. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Obiorika. Is that Obiorika?
Yeah, Obiorika.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a popular name. You know, if you read Things Fall Apart, isn't it? You would have seen that name
Yeah.
there. Okay, so my position regarding the situations in Nigeria, my position is well documented. My stand is well known on this platform about the Nigerian situation. And I don't believe in word salad, so many words, or constitutional reforms, electoral reforms, insert this clause, remove that clause. Just recently when Trump threatened to bomb the hell out of these terrorists, you see the movement, the posture of the government, all of them started panicking. These are things that would have taken a marathon of legal somersaults, what have you, to even get them to move a pin. Just to show you that some of these things, remove this, insert this. If they insert that clause you're talking about, you still, see that they will still sit on it and say they won't release it. Go and do your worst. If 100,000 Nigerians pour out on the street and show those clowns some pepper, of course they will sit up. So I don't believe that electoral reforms would cure this disease. The same way I do not agree with Dr. Damages that because the judges do not have anything to fall back on, that's why they want to subvert the law, so that they will make as much as they can. There are other disciplines in this country, other people who even work harder than the judges, who study harder than the judges, and still do not have anything to fall back on. No retirement plan and package from the government, nothing. So it's not a license for you to, continue to be enmeshed in corruption. And I think you mentioned something about judges shouting on lawyers and trying to justify it. It's not just in the judicial system. It's in medicine. It's everywhere. Whoever is senior to you would think they have that that license, that authority to treat you anyhow, shout on you, harass you. It's everywhere in every sector in Nigeria, and it should not be encouraged, really. Yeah, I know that there should be some discipline, and people should be chastised when they go wrong, really. But we should not validate, try to encourage that on social shouting, hectoring, harassment of junior colleagues. That's not acceptable. And that's not done in sane societies. People should be chastised, people should be disciplined, when they go wrong. But, it should not be tolerated. We should try as much as possible to erase that from our society. That's absolutely wrong. Yeah, I know that the standard of education has fallen to the pit, but still we should try to encourage some sanity. Yeah, so I just want to summarize by saying that the Nigerians are the people who should wake up, not the electoral reforms. We have a very sophisticated electoral system. There are many countries in Africa who conduct almost seamless elections, who don't have as much sophistication as we do. So that we are not even able to conduct elections. Go to schools in Nigeria, go to universities, they conduct elections into their student unions and everything with almost, zero budget. And it's seamless, it's well organized. Why can't we replicate that in Nigeria? Is conducting an election a difficult thing? Should we go about having electoral reforms every month, every year? It's really shameful. We don't need any electoral reforms. We just need us to do the right thing. We already have the laws, we already have the facilities, we already have the infrastructure to organize seamless elections. So if 500,000 Nigerians pour in the streets and teach these guys a serious lesson, then we'll get this country running again.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Obierika, do you want to make a comment or respond to him?
No, I agree entirely with him. By way of a comment, let me just give him a joke. It's a real story. But to draw the distinction between the person with the questioning mind and the person that doesn't have the questioning mind. And that is the difference between a successful advocate and an unsuccessful advocate. Most of these changes that are made in the law are not necessary. They could be interrogated and then the right thing be done. The joke I wanted to crack is how my mother beat the hell out of me when I was small. And my offense was that I came back from school, and then I went to my mother and I said, Mama, Adam and Eve were the first people created. And then they had two children, Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel and was banished. And he went and married the woman of Seth. I asked my mom, whose daughter did he marry? My mother beat the hell out of me and said I was questioning the Bible. So you see, it's not only in the court that people are shouted down when they insist on a particular argument. But when you are an advocate, you shouldn't be cowed, but please do your homework. If you do not do your own homework, then when they shout at you, you have nothing to fall back on.
So it looks like you didn't comment on something that Sehombo said. He said his solution is that 500,000 people should hit the streets and politicians will behave. Have you ever thought about that? If that should actually happen, will that change anything in Nigeria? What do you think?
I always look at what is his name, Shadowy. When they say they are going to march, and then I watch and see what they achieve by marching. Look, I think that education is the only solution to primitive behavior. Unfortunately, we are getting more and more uneducated. Civics are no longer taught. History, no longer taught. So people hitting the streets would make no difference for as long as you have the same crop of politicians with the same kind of mentality. And then, of course, the same kind of people practicing law with very little imagination.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Niger is Vahala. Welcome to the show. You have a question or comment for our emergency guest? For those who do not know, Oberika is senior advocate of Nigeria. He's been practicing law for 45 years. He became a son in 1996. All right, go ahead, Niger is Vahala.
Yes, good evening, everyone from here. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you very much, the senior advocate of Nigeria, for coming. And it's always nice to hear professionals talk about, what goes on in their minds when these things happen. Now, I don't want to particularly speak about the judicial process of Nigeria, because as with everything Nigerian, there is it is quite rotten at its core, in the sense that corruption, there isn't accountability, transparency, all these things we are not where we are supposed to be, actually. And even though I say these things, I still have hope in Nigeria. What I did not like from respectfully from the son is the sense of hopelessness. His body language is that of somebody who has kind of given up, and that actually breaks my heart, because if somebody, say a young person, is listening now and hears this and is thinking of the profession, he might actually be dissuaded from going there. Now, while I don't want us to compare apples and oranges, in the sense that the UK, for example, has hundreds of years doing their parliamentary system. The United States too has a lot of years doing their own kind of system, but we did choose to borrow from them to do what we're doing. So, so our problem is structural, very, very structural, in the sense that we copy things halfway. We don't take it to the ladder. For example, now in the United States, the budget of the judiciary doesn't need any executive approval. Okay, so in Nigeria, what they say is that yes, that the judiciary have independence, but we all know that even if it is budgeted, that does not mean the money gets to their account. The federal government has to sign off. Now, that is a tool of control. I think there are still vestiges of the military still remaining in that 1999 constitution that we need to really get do away with, because the fundamentals of society, a lot of people don't even think about it. What makes a society to function and thrive and succeed? It's not so much about wealth and all that. First, it's about justice, fairness, equity, inclusion, truth, these things. And which institution, actually represents that more than the court? They say the lady justice is blind. I'm not a professional or anything like a lawyer, but all of Nigerians know that at some point, what seems to be happening is like judgments are for sale to the highest bidder. Now, of course, there are some people who know their way and they say man no man, and this is happening. We are seeing Wiki building quote unquote estates for sitting judges, and his wife too is like a judge too. A lot of things are happening in this country that ordinarily should not happen. But I don't want to lose hope in Nigeria yet. I think I want to comment also on one thing about his talk about judicial reform, electoral reform, and giving up about Nigeria getting to fix these things and then have a free and fair election. One takeaway that I will say that is very important for anybody who wants to be the leader of a country like Nigeria is to assume the worst. Don't go into the field expecting fairness or any form of level playing field. Go there with the mindset that everything is against you. So you have to have that doggedness. If I may remind you guys, Buhari went to the Supreme Court 4 times, and he never gave up. Until when the stars and the moon aligned and the universe aligned, and a lot of these things are about probabilities. And even as dysfunctional as it is, we have to keep engaging the process so that we can get enough people who have integrity that can fix the systems. A lot of let me just say this and then I'll keep quiet. I make reference to President Barack Obama. I think he came to Ghana. Is it Ghana that he came to? Accra? I think it should be in 2010 or 11. And he said the problem of Africa is not about powerful men. He said the problem of Africa is about building strong institutions. Now that is our challenge, and we should start thinking about that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Niger. Bobby Erika, I don't know if you have a comment for him. No.
Just one comment.
Okay.
Of course, I don't expect you to believe me, but I can tell you from someone who has practiced the law for close to half a century now, that the problem with our judiciary is not corruption, really. It is ignorance, incompetence of the judex, not necessarily that the judges are corrupt. For all these years I've been practicing law, I have not lost any case in court because the judge took bribe. I've lost cases in court because the judge didn't understand the case. And nobody is perfect. If you, I've just given you an example with the P2B Tinubu case. There was no way Tinubu would not win for as long as INEC enjoyed the privilege to hide the result of an election. And then at the end of the day, people will say, oh, the judge took bribe. It's not the judges. What we do is empirical.
Okay, sir, if I may follow question.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for making that clarification. It's becoming more clearer to me now what is actually happening. So, would you say that if the judges are not the problem, are you saying that the electoral umpires are actually the problem?
Yes, that's what I've been trying to say. That if you finish an election and you say you couldn't tell us the result because of a glitch, and you are satisfied with that, then you are corrupt. You are responsible. You are the problem in the system, not the judge. And that is the reason why I banged the table and walked away from the Supreme Court and said I wasn't going to have anything to do with it again. It's a charade, because for as long as the umpire is allowed, look at the law allows him the discretion to refuse to follow the law. How come? That is the reason why he will be corrupt and then do whatever he likes. And then if you go to the court and then you say this and this was not done, and then the judge looks at the law and realizes that the option to do it was discretionary, he says so. And then they say, oh, he's corrupt. No, it's the system, not the judge.
All right.
Because what we do is essentially empirical.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Sorry, Nigeria, we have to go to other people. Let me give you updates on they are still working on the connection internet. I'm giving them the option of coming on over the phone, using the phone to come and join us, but they think they are hopeful. I offered them that I could send engineers from my school, Futa Akure, to come to their home and help them fix it. So they are working on it. So that's the update on our guest. But in the meantime, we're happy to have Senior Advocate of Nigeria joining us, even though he didn't plan to. He just wanted to listen to our conversation today. But we cornered him, and now he's giving us some dose of wisdom. Let me, before I come to you, Comrade Omori, let me follow up on what Niger is Vahala question he put out there. Sir, are you saying that this issue that comes up all the time? We talk about Nigeria and the constitution and the law. Who are the people that wrote the 1999 constitution? They always mention people like Ben Nwabeze. Do you know the origin, something that we don't know, regular people don't know about the making of that constitution?
Yes, I know a lot. It depends on what you want to ask. For one thing, I have always followed current affairs, even before I went to study law. So I read a lot of literature about those men who wrote that constitution, both their publications as well as the debate that they participated in. In fact, one particular bundle of very fat book was called The Great Debates. It had to do with the debates that were the precursor to that 1999 constitution. So it depends on what specifically you want to ask me about.
There are some suggestions that when it got to the hands of Abdul Salam Abubakar, that the military now altered it to fit what they wanted for the country. Is that what you understand that happened?
No, that is true. And they never pretended that they were not going to do so. there are so many aspects. For instance, the issue of how the state could be policed. It was a very, very, very hot debate. You know, people hold on to certain views by reason of their experience. So those who fought the Nigeria-Biafra war, on both sides, were of the view that Ojukwu was able to hold on for as long as he did because he had the basic material with which to form an army, i.e., the Eastern Nigeria Police Force. So because of it, Rotimi Williams and others did not want any situation that would allow states to have police under the 1999 Constitution. It was very hotly debated, and at the end of the day, they won. And then there was no permission for any state to create a state police. Now you can see that because we don't have that facility, states are now beginning to set up what they call civil defense organizations. And Tinubu is now trying to remedy that by amending the constitution to allow for state police.
Let's go to Comrade Omori.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, the panelists and our guest, the son. Thank you. I appreciate your wealth of experience. I just came in and I listened to you for the past few minutes. You are a professional, you know, a learned one at that in law. But to say that when you see the people like Shewere trying to hit the street for what they believe that they can hold those in the rulers or the winners of our country accountable, you see it as a waste of time because you think it's not going to change anything.
No.
I'm taken aback. I'm kind of let me learn my point, sir. I'm kind of shocked and flabbergasted to hear that. Yeah, that is tantamount to taking away the power, the original power, the sovereignty, the real power that belongs to the people. I've seen situations where people have toppled the dictatorship. I can give you, I can name them here. I've seen situations where students have come out to say enough is enough, and dictators will run out of the state. I've seen situations where people have, even recently in Nepal, what happened in Nepal, to say people hitting the streets, so long as you have people that are not up to 1% holding us captive, holding us in our jugular, holding us ransom, either their way or the highway. I mean, I'm very, very uncomfortable with that. And that is like wishing the power of the people away. I don't belong to that kind of, I believe when people come together to say enough is enough. The Tinubu of this world, what they fear the most is the ability of people to gather. Once the people gather, you can reflect serious. I give you another example of what happened during EndSARS. If that EndSARS had continued for another 24 hours, the night they did what they did at the toll gate, even before then, a lot of people were already having serious traffic at the airport. They were already jetting out. I don't believe in women. This is to say the people hitting the street to protest is not going to change anything. The reform is not going to change anything. It's like giving up to say we have no hope. That's on the one side. On the other side, you made mention of it's not as if the judges are corrupt. I beg to disagree with that too. We've seen those that have perpetrated evil in our courts, in our judicial system, coming out to say. I give you an example of Wike, what he has been able to achieve through his wife in the appeal court. He was able to hold PDP to ransom because of the judges' cases was able to influence for them through his wife. We had another senator coming on the floor of the chamber to say when the wife was there in the appeal court, look at the number of cases was able to, they were telling enough is enough, hey, be quiet, be quiet. So we cannot wish that away to say they are not corrupt. They are corrupt. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, comrade. Obierica.
You want me to say something?
Yeah, of course.
All right. First of all, let me explain that I am not against public protests. As a matter of fact, I don't know what any civil society can do without the right to protest. So I am not against it. What I am worried about is the society we live in. You see what happened when people. Let's wind back to answers. A simple civil protest, but look how it ended. Now come and look at the protest organized by Shore on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu. Look at how these politicians are uncivilized. They will always abuse the police force and use it to create mayhem. So I then say, if you are going to protest, lay proper foundations for it so that you minimize the possibility of harm, both to yourself and to the general public. As for whether protest is necessary or unnecessary, it's absolutely necessary. It is part of civilized society. I hope I have made myself clear. Then on the issue of corruption on the bench, you remember I started by saying you won't believe me. But I am talking from the standpoint of someone who's been doing it for about 50 years. When the judges falter, most of the time, no, I'm not saying that there are no corrupt judges, but most of the time when judges go wrong, they go wrong because they do not understand the law. They do not have sufficient intellectual base to appreciate what the issues are, not because of corruption. Because the practice of law is essentially empirical. 1 + 1 is 2. There's no amount of bribery you will give to a judge to change 1 + 1 not to be 2. But then when a judge says 1 + 1 is 4, then his mathematics must be faulty. not necessarily because he took bribe.
What about Imo State judgment?
Imo State judgment
that admitted that they were at fault after.
Which one?
Imo State judgment.
No. Please don't go there. That Uzodinma situation is a total disgrace. And again, I can use it as my example to show you what incompetence and ignorance can do. It isn't corruption. I have read that judgment repeatedly, and I cannot imagine that people who have any common sense in their heads came to that conclusion. But it is a defect in the brain, not corruption. I have had my personal opportunity to argue it with those judges, and they are ashamed of what they did.
All right. We'll come back to that because I actually wanted to go there, but I want to give a chance to other people to weigh in. So Revolution now. Ernest, I'll come to you since it appears that your connection is good. I'll come to you next. But Revolution now, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening, brothers. And unfortunately, I cannot. Good evening, Dr. Rudolph. Unfortunately, I cannot see the face of our guest, but it's all right. I can hear his voice because I like to know who I'm speaking to. Anyway, my brother, Comrade Omoire, have asked the question I wanted to ask.
Sorry,
and
sorry, just a minute. Rudolph, is there anything I can do to help? Is there a way I can sit for you to see me?
Oh, just the positioning of the phone. That's the only thing. Yeah, but if you can sit up, that's okay. I know that most people should appreciate the fact that,
Is it better?
yeah, it's better.
Yes, sir.
He joined
Okay.
us just to watch us. He didn't join to be our guest, so we appreciate his time. And
I'm sorry for disrupting anything, but you just all the makaifu hero in a okay otago kama eto egesi na egbuchalia. Anyway, anyway, my brother, my comrade, have asked a question which you have corrected, because what brought me was when that my brother Stay Humble asked the question. You answered the question the way we didn't like it, so I just say but my comrade have asked a question and you have corrected yourself. Thank you. The only question I just want to ask you is that, sorry, I have a different meaning for that, your senior, whatever they call you people. My own is senior Agberos of Nigeria. It's not an insult. It's that is how I interpret it.
Please, can we let the elder sit down? Let him be comfortable.
My brother, please, the man have done what he have to do. Don't go back again. Don't let us go back, please. That is
it's
our
not
problem.
about going back.
That is our problem with some of you guys. When they correct something, you want us to fall back into the pit again and start. Then tomorrow we start complaining. What's wrong
My
with
God,
us, Nigeria?
we're
right,
not
go ahead.
going.
We don't have so much time. Go ahead, Revolution. Now, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. Let me go straight. I don't like wasting time. You see, Oga, what I'm trying to say is that when those of you who we respect so much, who has read everything in life, and then you people take a position of authority, they used to say that you people are the poor man's last hope. Okay, but in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, there was a brother doctor brought here some few weeks ago, also a professor. He told us their hands are tied. So later during the week, I started asking myself, is it tied with dollars or pounds or euro or what? Because you cannot see a whole matured man. He just tell us their hands are tied. Let me just land this question. You have just said that now that the problem of Nigeria, of the judges, is not corruption, i.e. being bribed. That's what you have said. But the problem is something wrong with them. Is it wrong with them that, to me, I believe that the problem of the judges and the lawyers in Nigeria, most of you, for example, especially the people of your caliber, the seniors, you will see a case that could have been solved immediately. But to show that you people are strong, you continue to postpone this case, postpone this case, postpone. In fact, some people died without having judgment. That is why what the question, I hope I didn't disturb your comfort. I'm sorry. That was what I wanted to ask you. Maybe you can show more light on that issue of judges being very, very corrupt, and they are the people destroying Nigeria, because many cases ends up in their desk. Thank you, sir.
Do I come in?
Yeah, yes.
It's finished, sir, Dalu.
Yeah.
What you've just said last, I wish I could say you're wrong, but I am. Unfortunately, you are perfectly right. And that has been one of my greatest problems. I have all my years of practice, I've had 1 or 2 or 3 issues about the practice of law that I still have not been able to clean out before my retirement. This one you've just pointed out now is the most painful for me. Deliberate delay of cases. And the reason for that is so dishonorable. Most of the time, a case is delayed because if it is a criminal matter, the prosecutor, that is the state, the gentlemen in the Ministry of Justice, are playing politics with the case. So they know they cannot prove a case. To start with, the fact 9 counts, 20 counts. What are you doing that for? How long is it going to take you to present evidence to prove 9 cases? Why can't you just prove 1? And then every day we come, you say you want to amend. So, my brother, you are perfectly right. That is one of the most annoying aspects of my job, the law's delay. occasioned by dishonorable practice by human beings? I wish I had an answer for that, but there's no answer. It pains me. But as for judges, I can't say anything more than what I've just told you before, that yes, there may be one or two people who are corrupt. They are not corrupt because they are judges. They are corrupt because they are so. Wherever you put them, they are going to be corrupt there. When Obasanjo was the president of Nigeria, he set up a committee headed by Justice Kayode to identify corrupt judges so that they would be punished. A number of judges were identified as corrupt judges. But unfortunately, no action was taken on the white paper. They were not punished. We know that there are some judges that are actually corrupt, but from my experience over the years, quite apart from the delays, which is not an aspect of corruption, really, it's a dishonorable practice. Somebody knows he doesn't have a case, but he keeps the matter in court for one reason or the other. It's dishonest, and I can't condemn it hard enough. So you're right there. But as for judicial corruption, my experience is that it is more of incompetence, ignorance. Remember, I gave you an example. 7 justices of the Supreme Court striking out 3 cases on a wrong reason. It took my intervention, and I was only 2 at the bar then, for them to realize their error. And of course, I had told you how my mother beat the hell out of me for questioning the Bible. So it's not corruption as such. Those of us, I happen to be in that minority that question everything. In fact, it often gets me into trouble, because virtually everything that you tell me, I interrogate. For instance, you tell me half a loaf of bread is better than none. But I want you to explain to me why I can't have a loaf. Why should I have half?
Scarce resources.
Sansa, let me just say this. Okay, let's go with the premise that what is happening is actually incompetence. Now, before people become judges, they go through law school. They must have passed the bar, and then get employed maybe as clerical staff somewhere in the court systems. I know I'm just getting somewhere. Yes. So in that chain that happens during the education process and how they garner experience and then get the qualification, isn't that some form of corruption that is happening behind the scenes? Because we can extrapolate. Corruption appears in so many ways, and then would probably reach the conclusion that corruption does have something to do with a lot of what is happening. No, just a question anyway. Not asserting anything. I don't know anything about law.
All right. Thank you. We go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics. Comment or question? Let's make it quickly because we have to take a break, and then I'll give you guys updates on our guests. Adewole Prince.
Thank you very much. I'm leaving, going to work. Thank you, sir, for the answer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damage.
Yeah, how are you?
Thank you for bringing us Obiarika to this forum. And Obiarika, thank you for being so resilient, regardless of the Senate condition maker of it.
Thank
whatever it
you.
is that you obliged us to be present. I truly appreciate it. I'm not going to go into the Dogonturenchi or long grammar of who did this and who did not, which judge is corrupt and which judge is not. But based on the personality and the character that I'm seeing here, America, I'm just going to go to what Dr. Damages himself, Rudolph Okonkwo, had said to me. I had once asked him to give me a little tribute when I was doing my 8th grade retirement. And to quote directly from Rudolph Okonkwo, he says to me that, first part of it, he says, every gentleman, he is the epitome of the character, Obiorika, in Achebe's Things Fall Apart. This was what Rudolph Okonkwo set me off with as I went for the 8th grade retirement. That's just a part of it, he wrote. So since then, I've been meaning to ask him, Obiorika, whichever way you pronounce it. And now he delivers Obiorika to us. And a few persons here have made reference to Obiorika, the character of Obiorika, and things fall apart. And that's why I'm not going to go into Nigeria did this, Nigeria did that. But I'm going to go straight to the name Obiorika. For you to just, please, as a question. This is actually in reference to a project that will be coming up of the man, Chief Zebudaya Okorigunwo, alias Portal. The name Obiorika, what is the core characteristic? And what makes Obiorika and his contribution to posterity? What is the legacy that you leave to shine or to be remembered when it's all done? I've had you and your persistence, even in court. You don't back down. You don't argue foolish. By the way, I'm a member of the Abia State Hunters Association, where we say no food, no farmers, no food, no hunters, no meat. And that's our motto in Abia State Farmers
All right.
Association. Please enlighten us as to name Obiorika and what makes you tick.
What do you want me to do now? About
this is your day. Maybe I can help frame it a little bit differently. Yeah, maybe this will help. In Igbo society, if you look at someone like Ojukwu, someone like Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, they are more like Okonkwo, the character Okonkwo, and they are not like Obiorika. So, and I have that question, and I've been trying to find an answer. Why is it that the Obiorikas of this Igbo land don't get to leadership position, but the Okonkwos? And are we suffering as a result of that? Because the Obiorikas will stay by the background, give advice, and let you go and do whatever you want to do. And when he messes up and you come back home. So you are Obiorika, help us understand this,
Well, why I'm laughing is that maybe I have to now crack the head of the masquerade, if you understand what I mean. Obiorika is a name I chose for Dr. Damage's show. And exactly, you are right. I picked it from the Obiorika of Things Fall Apart. That's not my real name, but I realized that in Dr. Damage's show,
there is need for Obiorika.
Yes.
You see a lot of Okonkwos everywhere.
Exactly. So my fondness for Obiorika of the Things Fall Apart is the moderating influence that he had on Okonkwo. I'll give you just one of the examples of the moderation. Someone was interrupting Okonkwo. Okonkwo felt that that person should not interrupt him because he wasn't a man, because he hasn't gotten married yet. So he shut him up by saying, this meeting is for men. And Obiorika, the sagacious elder, then turned to Okonkwo and said, those whose pancanels have been cracked for them by benevolent spirits must not fail to be humble. So I picked the name Obiorika because I want to see myself as that elder who moderates the excesses of the younger ones. But like I said, it is just for the Dr. Damage issue. I am not Obiorika. And then because of where you come from, I will tell you who I am so that just in case you happen to know me, because that is my cradle. That's where I really did most of my practice. So I am Udechukwu. So I don't know if you've heard that name.
Udechukwu.
Yes.
Is that the thunder of Chukwu, the god? Or Ude? How do they do that?
So it depends on how much you know of Abia State. Abia, Imo, Enugu, of course, Anambra. The name, of course, no, the entire Abia.
I'm trying to pin it down to which part of Abia you came from.
No, I'm not from Abia, but I am telling you that if you mention Udechukwu anywhere in Imo, Abia, Anambra, nobody will begin to say, which one do you have in mind? It's me.
Dr. Damages, I think Obiorika has found his way into the scripts.
Yes. All right.
Thank you so much.
You can talk more if you want to know more about him. But thank you so much. Let's see. Let's get two more people. Or how many people are left? 3 more people, and then we take a break, and I'll give you update on Prince if he's able to join us. All right, Ovie, go ahead quickly, please.
Doctor, no, don't ask me, because it's your fault. You have done yourself today. You know. Today is it's a special day. It's one of those days, that will stick in memory for long. Why? Because when the last speaker was speaking, our elder, I was like, is this man spying on my screen? Then he started asking the question about how our guest coming about America, and the fact that the reason he gave also speak well to where I am seeing things from concerning the topic of discussion. The young man who represents Gen Z. I mean, if you are older than Gen Z, is a compliment. I'm talking about stay humble, who put a 500,000 people solution forward, and our guest Obiorika seems to don't see solution, and he cited Shiwori as an example, and in attempt to actually give us reason why he chose that name, he said that he's here to actually moderate the young. So it fits into my the solution I'm seeing. So talking about the name on the screen, Okonkwo to Obiorika, right? Let me give us chapter 20 of Things Fall Apart, right? That speaks to that. So that Okonkwo to Obiorika. Does the white man understand our custom about land? How can he, when he does not even speak our tongue? But he says that our customs are bad, and our own brothers who have taking up his own religion also say that our customs are bad. How do you think we can fight when our own brother have turned against us? The white man is very clever. He came quietly and peacefully with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brother, and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we are falling apart. Now, to put that between the young man who projects 500 people and our header here who said it's not possible, speaks to that chapter that I just read. It is because the people who, I'm using Ubirika as an example now, who have benefited from the system. I'm not pointing at you directly, Mr. Ubirika, but to your generation, who have benefited immensely for the idea called Nigeria, free education, everything you can think of, with the collaboration of the white man, talking about the passage I just read. Now you are not saying that the solution that the young man is projecting is not visible. And that is due to the narrow vision of your generation and the selfish interest. And again, it is because you guys have enjoyed the benevolence of the white people so much that you are sitting in your comfort zone looking at this young guy say it is not possible. That narrow vision is coming from this hybrid way of seeing Nigeria. The few of us who are kind of educated, more cosmopolitan, understand how the system works, who are actually in charge of the system, forgot that the state called Nigeria is still an agrarian society. Regardless of how I want to see the technology or however we polish our grammar, or that it's still an agrarian society. The majority of us still live in the village. So the solution is not going to come from the way you see it through Showore. Showore is a one man on a mission to become president, to get power. It is different from what the young people are actually envisioning when they say revolution. They are envisioning a situation where those 500,000 people will change not just the political system, but our socio-economic setting as it is today. In the way the French people did it, that's exactly what the young people are doing. And the way we can bring that to fruition is to actually see the solution from that Anguera view of things, go back to the rural community and carry out the organizing there. That's where the majority are. I say politics is local. Whenever I say it and I say the word organization, some people see it as a nuclear weapon. They go crazy. And that is because, again, they have a very narrow view of seeing things. It is not about me and you who are still alive now. It is about 10th generation to come. So it is possible if we see things from this young people perspective, because the fact that in the cities and poor, they also represent the majority in the rural area who are poor. So that is how it's going to come from. So I don't understand, I don't expect you, as Obierika, to see where Okonkwo is coming from. And Dr. Dameji asked a good question that focuses on that too. Why is it that the Obierika don't get powers? It's like the Okonkwo's. It is because in reality, it is a man with faith and gun that gets power, not another who wants to be at the background.
All right, thank you, Obie. All right, Obierika, any question, any answer for Obie or comments?
No, I've admired his oratory.
All right, Obie, thank you so much. Let's see.
Dr. Damages, can I have 1 second just to respond to my brother? First of all, disclaimer on the comment section. My brother from Edo State is saying I've been appointed as the campaign director to Gbenga. Even if I'm in my grave, I will wake up and keep people that are making the appointment. Number two, Showore did not start today because he wants to be the president. That is a lazy way and a very cowardice way of trying to discredit Showore. He did not start today. I keep telling you, he's not doing it because he wants to become the president. He might not necessarily be the president, but he might be the Martin Luther King, the catalyst that will catapult the revolution we talk about. So to just come here and say he's doing it because he wants to be a president, it's a lazy way and very cowardice to discourage the masses that's supposed to be behind him to chase this Chapa out of power. So we started about 35 years ago. When he was 20, less than 20 years old. You are there saying, castigating him on the basis of wanting to become the president. He didn't start today. He started before now. He was behind Abiola in 1993.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. For those watching, there's a long-running issue between comrade and so it's not. It has nothing to do with our guest. It has nothing to do with our guest today. All right. So, Mazopara, you are next. Make it quick, please. I'm sorry because
I'll be very quick.
Remember, he's not here. He didn't come here to. Go ahead.
I'll be very quick. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please, my question is, the late former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ibrahim Tanko, he was a Sharia judge before he became the Supreme Justice boss. In Nigeria, was that legal for a Sharia judge to become a Supreme Justice for Nigeria? Secondly, James Omotosho versus Nnamdi Kanu. Sir, how did you see his judgment or Nnamdi Kanu's conviction? Lastly, I just watched Professor Chidim Odemkalo's interview on one of the social media something just about few hours ago. This question came up about protests, NSAS, this and that. What Prof said that Nigeria cannot conduct that kind of protest because the people of Nigeria, the ethnicity that made up Nigeria, have no single value system, no single interest. That is why revolution can never happen in Nigeria like other places that revolution happened. Thank you.
All right. So, Obiorika, you have any answer for him, Mazopara?
Well, one of my difficulties is taking too many questions at a time. Yeah. I don't know the one that I want to start with now.
Please, let him answer from that Tanko, the late Tanko.
Okay, Tanko, Mohammed.
And Omotosho versus Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you, sir.
He spoke on Omotosho before you came in. So, but the Tanko is very.
By the way, Justice Tanko is a very good friend of mine. I argued a lot of cases before him at the Supreme Court, and I marvel at his level of knowledge of English law, despite the fact that, as you rightly pointed out, he is actually he actually studied Islamic law, not the general law, not English law. The reason he found himself at the Supreme Court is because the Sharia cases also end up at the Supreme Court. And therefore, certain personnel are drafted into the Supreme Court panel to take care of such cases. But then if you narrow Justice Tanko down to only Sharia cases, then you have very little to do. So I was very impressed that he fitted himself into the general scheme, so that I can testify to the fact that as a judge, he was very brilliant and erudite. But we always had that difficulty of accepting in our minds that he fitted in there, knowing that he was essentially a Muslim scholar. I'm aware of the fact that he did not, like me, like us, study English law.
All right. Thank you, Maizabara. One last one before we take a break.
No, he said something about Omotosho.
Yeah, Omotosho. Okay, good.
Remind me again what you said about Omotosho.
And Nnamdi Kanu, how your view of the judgment.
Well, I am not going to assess Omotosho's judgment on Nnamdi Kanu because I appreciate the reason why Omotosho went the way he did. Nnamdi Kanu was very provocative, of course, as always. And when I was studying law, we were taught that one of the characteristics of a good judge is that he should be imperturbable. In other words, you should not allow yourself to be emotional. You should have you should reason in the neutral gender. Nothing should phase you. But it was obvious that Omotosho is not mature enough. He allowed himself to be phased by the behavior of Nnamdi Kanu. But at the end of the day, I have a copy of Omotosho's judgment. I've read it thoroughly. On the law, there is very little to fault in his judgment. But then, there are technical issues bordering on fair hearing. There are certain applications that he never resolved. And I know that there are Supreme Court judgments that repudiate decisions based on uncompleted work. If there are applications before you that you have to resolve in order to be able to come to a final decision in a case, and you allow yourself to come to final decision in that case without resolving those primary issues, he said that you have denied the person who raised them the right to fair hearing. So I'm waiting to see how the appeal will pan out. One thing that I know over the years is that a judge may be as sound as he may be, and still his judgment may turn out to be overturned. One area where I have very serious concern about both the trial and the judgment of Omotosho is the area of the kind of evidence that Omotosho considered sufficient to establish that Nnamdi Kanu made radio broadcasts. I don't think that that kind of finding was open to Judge Omotosho on the basis of the evidence that I had. Somebody just standing up as an investigating officer telling you that somebody said something on radio. But I'm waiting to see how the Court of Appeal will deal with that. Then another area that I feel particularly concerned about is the ultimate consequence of whatever it is you said Nnamdi Kanu did. For instance, how can you link it with NSAS? How can you say because of what Nnamdi said that something happened at NSAS? What is the relationship? And who gave you the evidence that he did anything during NSAS because of what Nnamdi Kanu said? And so on and so forth. These are very technical issues which might eventually lead to the overturning of that judgment.
Thank you so much. He just reminded me. Sir, did you see where he quoted an interview I had with Nnamdi Kanu? And people have been saying to me, when you are interviewing somebody, are they under oath? Could what they are saying be used against them in a criminal offense? Can you speak on that a little bit?
That's a very interesting aspect of law. No one, not in a case that I'm going to be doing, is going to use any answer that any person gives a journalist in the course of a question and answer. Nobody is going to use it to prove any fact in court. Not when I am involved. I don't know whether you understand me. Before any sensible judge could accept what Nnamdi Kanu or whatever told you, it is important to first of all establish whether when he was telling you that, he meant to tell you the truth. He could just be blowing, is it what they call gaslighting? He could just be talking the same way I'm talking now. But then when you are going to hold him to the truth of it, that's another matter altogether.
All right. Thank you. One last person, and then we take a break and check on with Prince Adewole Adebayo.
And by the way, before that, please, when Adebayo comes, tell him that I respect him immensely.
I know. I will tell him that you've taken his time slots. That we just want him to say thank you and goodbye. We'll see him another time. You've done the 2 hours. You know,
take a bow. You just going to take a bow.
We have take a bow. Yeah, we tell him take a bow. You're a senior advocate as the late lad. We'll see you next time. So, Tony, go ahead.
Greetings, Doctor. Greetings, our guest, barrister. I'm interested in this Nnamdi Kanu's case, judgment that you talked about. I just want you to throw some more light. Would you, from what you have just said, would you consider that judgment a locus classicus? Thank you.
No. I think it's faulty for many reasons.
Okay. On that note, thank you so much for stepping in. You were just relaxing the way you do. Sometimes you don't even come in, but you listen. I know you listen to what we do. We appreciate you all the time, and we get it. Yeah, you know, we really know that it's a very big favor you did to us to step in and answer our questions, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dr. Damages, on the Nnamdi Kanu issue, please, a very sensitive one, a very important one. Since there was no defense at the initial level, would there be opportunity for defense at the appeal level? You know, to reopen the case since they're not going to call for evidence at the appeal level.
If you ask me, Nnamdi Kanu really had no reason whatsoever to give any evidence at that trial.
Why?
Basically, except in very rare cases, it is understood by criminal law practitioners that least said, soonest mended. So an accused person, unless where there is a positive evidence against him, is better served by keeping his mouth shut. So if I were counsel for Nnamdi Kanu, I certainly would have done my case under cross-examination of the people called by the prosecutor. I would have not, I don't think I would have bothered to call Nnamdi Kanu as a witness.
Okay, there's a question on the comment section. I didn't see that. Let me see. Dan Isaac, please, can you resend the question so that I'll ask that for you? Sorry. I think it says, similar. Please do that quickly before we go. But for those who are watching or who just joined us, we are waiting to know if we will be able to get Prince Adebayo to join us today. He's having internet problem, and they've been working on it, but it's over 2 hours. But we are going to take a break now. When we come back, I'll give you update from their end. I'm offering them maybe we should have him on the phone and he will get a chance to talk to us. So we'll reschedule for another day. But again, thank you everybody who joined us so far. We appreciate all of you. Let's take a break and we'll be right back.
Thank you, Obiorika.
Thank you, Obiorika.
Thank you. God bless everyone.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm in touch with Prince. They are doing everything possible. He wants to join us. I've offered to reschedule him for next week if possible or sometime in the future, but they really want to be part of this conversation.
It's campaign season, so you can understand why.
So what we're going to do is maybe we can move on to some of the issues that I wanted him to address. Some of them we started talking about it last during the show yesterday, 90 minutes. Have you said 247? But yeah. So let me welcome people that just joined us who haven't had a chance to say something. I see Chim. Chim, welcome to the show.
Excuse me, sorry. Good morning, Rudolph, and thanks for having me.
Morning? Where are you? Who is morning? People are just waking up now. All right, I know you're in Canada.
This is some part of morning for me, but that's fine. I get your point. So what's happening with the guest? Is he come or not?
He still wants to come. I just offered him to move it another time, but he wants to join us.
Okay.
The internet in the internet. Hold on, I'm hearing noise from somewhere. The internet in Ondo is not working out very well. I offered to send people from my department at Futa to come and help him, engineering department at Futa, to come to his house and help him out.
But you should have just tapped Elon Musk and asked for.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's actually something we could,
easy, you know,
to move the satellite towards his house and
Starlink just does it.
Just move it. Yeah, change the direction. Oh,
actually, that's what we should start doing. We should go and connect with him to help provide our people with Starlink. So
eventually, we want to, if we are doing well in terms of financial support, to have a studio in Nigeria, or even rent from, or even partner with somebody. Where in some cases, because we had cases where we had a special guest that didn't have good internet, they could go to the studio. It doesn't have to be something we own and equip. It's something.
I would suggest a local radio station instead. Partner with a local radio station. You'll get to the right people instead.
Yeah, it's something to think about.
All right. Even the regional radio station, local one that they cannot even, in case even YouTube carry us come out one day, we'll see find a way to see it going on underground.
Okay.
Yes, but that local radio station, you have to be bound by some Nigerian stuff. It's not like this free you are in the United States. Let's just be sure of that.
That's true. But we are just saying what we want to do in that case is just for people, our guests, to go there and be interviewed from there. I had one interview with Al Jazeera, and they sent me to a studio in New York, just regular studio they work with. I just went there and connected. They didn't want me to do it through Skype or any of the home equipment.
Because you are one Nigerian advocate, you will have regional studios, 6 regions, so that somebody like what's his name, Hassan, we just go there in Maiduguri or somewhere, and
hey,
that's a good approach. Usually,
Rudolph go there. Is it New York that you are, or Brooklyn or somewhere? You go invite person, go with Agbada, you go come out with handcuff inside Black Maria.
All right, Chim. So, Chim,
go ahead, sir.
We're hearing that Tinubu was in Maiduguri. Now he's currently in Bauchi. So the campaign is on. I also heard, I've not confirmed, that they freed the remaining of the kids from the Catholic school that were picked up. There was a statement from National Security Advisor Ribadu last week saying the parents should not worry that the kids will be brought back. So obviously they were talking to the kidnappers.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you make now? Look at the political arena, which is where we will start our conversation if Prince should come in. Political arena today, virtually everybody is moving towards APC. That doesn't guarantee anything, but knowing how the structure of political structure in Nigeria works, if you have all the machinery, you have advantage.
Well, once again, thanks for having me. I think for the kidnapped children, let me start from there. As long as they returned home, I don't think any rational Nigerian or human being is necessarily bothered about the processes that leads to bringing them back home. Because if your child was involved, you don't want to know whether they were negotiating with them. All you want is that your children come home. So I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of those parents. If you kidnap any relative of mine, the primary concern is to bring them home. So if they get home safely to their parents, then we would say hallelujah. But that doesn't mean I'm going to thank the government, because the government in the first instance has already failed those children. The prime responsibility of governance, as we all know, is to protect the security, life, and property of your citizens. And the government did not in any way guarantee that. It failed in that particular regard. So if the kids come home, uhuru to the parents and and we're glad. As for political, I don't know what the calendar is, if the calendar officially as designed by INEC, if it has started. If it has, okay, good. But we do know that this particular government, from 2023, as soon as they won election, had already started campaigning. So there's nothing new. The president has been campaigning. On your mandate being sung inside a sacred place for Nigerians, because the moment you win an election, your party politics should stay at your party meetings. You don't bring it to national monuments and start singing and being partisan. But this particular president broke all those protocols. We know that's the kind of person he is. So I'm not surprised if he's going on any campaign or doing anything. I don't know about that. But when it comes to all the other, oppositions and what might likely happen, like you rightly said, nothing is cast in stone. We don't know what will happen from life in itself. Nobody knows if they'll be breathing by this time, come when the elections roll out in 2027. We don't know that. That's nothing guaranteed. We don't know that. So we're still, to that degree, we're all human. So that should be something any politician should take into cognizance when they're doing anything they're doing, irrespective of whatever powers you think you have. There's still that breath that you don't necessarily control and that can be snuffed out of you at any given point in time. Now, do we have a strong opposition to rattle APC? I don't know, because the opposition has been in tatters. I haven't heard much from, what's this new political party? The Atiku group, that particular party.
ADC.
ADC, I don't know what those guys are doing. Aside from posturing for Atiku himself, I don't know what they're doing. I don't see. Yes, they have very strong political bigwigs. You have people like David Mark, who's been a politician, who's been a military personnel in the past, who's been Senate president 2 times. You wouldn't take it away from him. And then you have people like Adebayo, who used to be part and parcel of the Tinubu camp and has moved over to the other side. You have Lagun Soye, Oyilola and Co. I'm just mentioning people from the Southwest. I'm not sure to what degree that party is strong in the Southeast and South. I don't know. All I do know is from what I see is it's a group of angry birds who are not happy with Tinubu. So, but let's see what happens. I just think that if you ask me, it's going to take something extraordinary to unseat Tinubu from that office. It's going to take something extraordinary because nothing has changed. The framework whether it is from INEC or the political atmosphere as is or as was before he won the election in 2023, everything still stands the same. So I would not be surprised if he wins. He has tried to change the demography of Lagos to ensure that his embarrassment doesn't happen a second time. Anyone who wants to tell me that all the demolitions going on in Lagos, displacement, it is because he wants to change the demography of that place. He noticed that the demography did not favor him. So he's doing everything through his acolytes to be able to change what happened there so that in 2027, he doesn't get embarrassed. And then, of course, he has tried to add Rivers, Delta, all trying to shore up the huge southern blocks so that if anything happens in the north, he can mitigate those things from the places we mentioned. So to that degree, he has prepared. But let us see, like you rightly said, all politics is local and nothing is guaranteed. So there could still be some surprises. But right now, I think the man of the year for me should be Show. He's the man who saw 2027. I don't think Peter Obi is going to be in any ballot. I don't think so. Right now, he has put himself in a very terrible, precarious situation. So I will leave that and comment later on after listening to other people. But for me, it is 2027, Bola Tinubu.
All right. So I just got an update from the Chief of Staff of Prince saying that they would prefer to reschedule because the phone calls are not even going through. So because I offered to have him join us via phone, it's not working. So so we round up our conversation and maybe KJ will take it anywhere he wants in the next segment. All right. So I like what you said, Chim, the way you went to that that P2B may not have in terms of looking towards 2026 and what might happen. Ovie, what is going on?
Totally disagree. P2B is very much on the ballot.
When it comes to your
turn, when it comes to you, Ovie, you can air your view. That's
okay.
Yeah, I'm going round. I'll go to 21st and then come down. Maybe I'll go to KJ who just joined us. But let me just say this, that I spoke to somebody who was very close to P2B in the last campaign, and he said to me that he would not support the same P2B that ran in 2023, in 2027. That the politics has changed. We all know that, with having an incumbent in power, with all this structure moving towards him, to require a different kind of opposition. That's his view. So let's just round up by looking at 2027 political sense and what you make of that. But before then, there's something that show just I just have to highlight that. I have a plan, but that may be next year now to promote the book I wrote that just came out. Show is saying that he wants to do Christmas for all of you, that to celebrate and promote Rudolph's new book, A Kiss That Never Was. I will buy a copy for someone in the US and one person in the UK.
But he can't do that now. He buys for rich people in the US. People in the US are very rich. And then he leaves me a loner in Canada.
Jim, be patient. You will still be part of America. Be patient.
Sure, you need to buy that book for me because all of them didn't buy the other book that I was the only one who placed an order for that book. So since they didn't buy the first book, don't send them this one. Send it to me. Me that boss. Only me and Chim.
Shame on you, Show.
Show. We don't deserve it. We can afford it. People in Nigeria instead.
Now lie. People in Nigeria don't read. Now lie.
Okay. So
why do you always want to speak for everybody? If it's okay for you, think it's okay for everybody. This one you think adjusted too. What makes you think if it's good for you, it's good for everybody?
I don't know. Now to the guy after her stay here.
I bet who took that blasphemy? Say people where they Nigeria know they eat.
The fact that you live in America, you can afford it.
That is blasphemy.
The fact that you live in Nigeria, you can afford it. Give it to people who cannot afford it.
So we do some promotional thing. I'm still expecting my author's copies. I don't have any yet, but we will do that. But sure, thank you so much for that offer. We see how.
No, rethink. This
So
is
No,
going to
think
be
local. Politics is
No.
local. Think local. Look at the village people.
So we have to set
Look
up
at the
the
village people.
criteria
Forget
for
this, rich
who
people.
gets it, but we will do things along that line. All right, so let's start with you, Tony. What is your take on how the 2027 presidential election is shaping up to?
Okay, see, somebody has wanted to make Chim and KJ rest. See, make good at the shame. That's what it means.
All right, Tony, go ahead. Oriakul, thank you so much. So Chim and KJ, you are lucky there. Tony, go ahead.
He's muted.
Oh, Tony, you're muted.
Tony,
Sorry.
today we wear our agenda cap. Now you look like Tinubu. You look Tinubu-ish.
No. I don't look like Tinubu. I look like Tony. I look like Tony. Thank you. Doctor, I was just congratulating you once more for the book. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're proud of you.
Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Well, for my prognostication into 2027, I think that Obi will be on the platform. I mean, will be on
ballot.
On the ballot, because he hasn't said he wouldn't be. He did say some time ago that he would be on the ballot. And yes, I agree that the political atmosphere now is not clear. There are some, imponderables that we see. Even Tinubu cannot say 100%, like Jim said, that he's going to be president in 2027. There are things that, for now, we just can't say for certainty what will happen. But my view actually is that looking at APC the way it's constituted now, I see an implosion. I see an implosion because there are people who have, if you look at what you see in APC today, it's basically a gathering of strange bedfellows. And the reason why some of them have moved to APC is just particularly for those who still have one term or something, is like a safeguard for their second term. Because from what we see, the politics today is once you cross over to APC, your sins are forgiven, no opposition against you. And like the president will always say, your victory, your election is made sure. But I think that we still haven't gotten to brass tacks yet. And the APC is going to suffer from the seeds of discord that they have sown. That's one. Two, I think Obi is just being strategic. I think that Obi will go to ADC because if you look around now, that appears to be one opposition platform that seems to manage to have held its own against the onslaught of the APC. That doesn't mean that there are no challenges. That doesn't mean that that's where you have the best of people. But if you look at the fact that there is a need, from my own perspective, to change the political situation, what we see today in terms of leadership, because I don't think that Ashwaju has done well. There are areas where he has done one or two things. But generally speaking, if you feel the pulse of the people, everybody is just saying that, or majority of the people are saying that, Nigeria hasn't moved, in the right direction. People are suffering. People are looking to 2026 with pessimism. And I think that is 2026 that will determine what is going to happen in 2027. So overall, I think the picture is still hazy. It's not clear. I don't think it's a huru yet for APC. And then for ADC, I think that they really have to be strategic in terms of who they pick as a presidential candidate. That's all that I see. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Oseloka Obase, who is Obi's one of his aides, announced that P2B will make an announcement in January. I think January 1 or so. So we may hear something that will give us an indication on what he's planning to do. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see you. Congratulations again on the book. Hope rising for those of us who are upcoming writers and authors. So we see how we keep hope alive. One day,
yep.
we'll reach the promised land.
You will do it.
I thank you, my brother. That encouragement will make me write too much chapters this evening.
You'll do it.
Okay, so what do you want me to? You want me to look into 2027?
Yeah, we're looking into. That's essentially what we're going to do next week.
Okay,
but
here is my take on 2027. There'll be concession. There'll be concessions candidates. All the governors are going to get into APC, apart from the governor of Abia State, who does not have any ambition afterwards, so he doesn't care. He knows that the people of Abia will vote him back and they'll defend their votes. So he's not concerned about what the ship of power is selling to. So he stands on a very solid ground not to move to anywhere. There's one other person, I've forgotten that person, but if I get the person, I remember I'll include the person. 2027.
Jackson of Osun State.
Yes. Now, Jackson of Osun State.
I was thinking, who is Jackson? Who is Jackson? And then I remembered.
He has already moved to the other side. They didn't allow him in APC.
Because he knew if he moved to APC, they will not give him the ticket. So that was a wise move by him to move to a place where he can have control of the machinery. Because of course we all know that nobody's good. They don't win by the casted vote. They win by whatever strength and power they have. Remember, that's the reason why we have Boko Haram today. Somebody was using them to win election. And after agreeing to finish that, they didn't eventually meet up with the demand. Or rather, they met up with the demand, which means that they gave one of them commissioner, but the guy only went there for one meeting and said he couldn't continue because they are all thieves. That's not only, it didn't only happen in Borno State, it also happened in my state. During Theoji Oji's time, there was a very notorious criminal called Okosisi, who they used to execute election. And Theoji Oji promised him to be paying him 30 million naira every month. Osisi Kanku. Okay, and paid for only 3 months, after which he refused to pay more. Okay, and the man decided to turn about to his own empire, and got his boys to be collecting tax. And Theoji Oji mobilized the army, and they didn't capture him; they killed him. And then he went to the stadium and looking at him like if he doesn't know who the guy was. But some of us who had an underground story told him that he was just being a stupid man because he knows the agreement which they entered. So these are the kind of people that will be playing very hard in 2027 because they know that the Nigerian people are waking up gradually. Not because we are woken up, but we are waking up gradually. 2027 will not be enough for us to wake up completely. Because if we have woken up completely, we will have taken on the state concerning the issue of the tax coming up. We will have taken on the state concerning the forgery of the official document of Nigerian government. We will have taken on the state. But you can see everywhere is quiet. People are going about their normal business. Nobody doing anything. That is the system where we are. Sometimes I begin to ask myself whether it is even right for us to be putting our lives out there to be talking about the system because it's not going to change. Now, what is, in my view, this is Tinubu's calculation. If all the governors are in APC, they hold a mock convention for which all the governors will adopt him. If all the governors adopt him, who else is going to be there to contest against him? Because all the other opposition powers that will muster strength will not be there. I doubt it if it will be. And like we said this thing, remember when we were reviewing the election, and I said that this is the chance, just like Ogbonnaonu missed his chance to become who God had made him to be because he wanted to pander to the North. The same way Peter Obi is missing the only chance because he wants to play gentleman. You don't play gentleman to go and with a white shirt to go and wrestle a pig. You get into the mud with them, and if you're not ready to get into the mud, you get out. That's the reason why some of us say we would have preferred if it was Showore that had that ticket, because he will wrestle with if you are an Igbo guy, you know that story of Ajodere. If you know that story, you will know what I'm talking about. You see, the Ajodere himself wrestled both human beings and demons for him to be able to conquer. And that is what it is. And so far, he does not seem to have that understanding. I know he's playing very safe because of, again, he's an Igbo man and the system don't like Igbos. Whether they like it or not, we'll keep saying it. Because if he wasn't an Igbo man, he would have done more. Now, the person who gave him a lot of visibility also, which is, what's his name? Dati Ahmed. I said on this program that Dati Ahmed may surprise all of us because he may not back him for 2027. And Dati Ahmed is the joker that the North is giving behind. Let nobody be, I'm telling you, reading typical Northern politics. He is the joker they are keeping behind. And at the right time, they were introducing him. You know why? Because they found out that both the North and the South love the man. I have followed Dati Ahmed since he was a House of Rep member. And I love his politics. I love his open heart. But whether going forward, that's how it's going to be. It's a different kettle of fish. But I tell you the truth, he's a powerhouse among the youth of Nigeria. He's a powerhouse in the North. So these are people who are going to play out. And let's not deceive ourselves. The North is coming out really good. Whatever you are seeing now is a smoke screen. None of those people are going to be ones who will make the impact. Those coming to make the impact are coming from behind. Is Tinubu ready for it? Tinubu is not, I don't call him a strategist, but I call him a good Connie man. Because Tinubu believes in Connie man die, Connie man bury him. So on that instance, I know they blame him so much. The only thing I blame is that when you bring a Connie man to head a government, everybody will become Connie man. That's the only difference. But whether what he's doing is acceptable, that's what all of them have done. So he's not doing anything too different from what Buhari did. Okay, he's not doing anything too different for what has been going on for many years when there's a northern leader in Nigeria. So he's actually playing their game. Okay, so, but let us be factual. Playing this game will not take Nigeria anywhere. We have to understand that we are building a nation. We bring our best foot forward. You don't go with your second 11 to a match. You go with those who can deliver the goods. In Yoruba land, I know a lot of people who can deliver the goods. In the North, I know a lot of people who can deliver the goods. In the East, we have numerous people who can deliver the goods. But good men don't get positions in politics. That is a well-known fact, except in a land where people like truth. In Nigeria, those who tell the truth are very few, and they are endangered species, and they are not about to run for the best office and get it. Thank you so much.
All right, KJ, thank you. Niger is Vahala. You're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My analysis of 2027 is going to be brief and simple, because there is a formula that I follow for elections, and what this is pointing to, I think Tinubu wins. 90% Tinubu wins. There's only a 10% chance that any other person comes close. Only a 10% chance. If we are talking probability. Except if there is a revolution of which I don't think Nigerians have the stomach for that. But Tinubu wins in reality, really. And the reason why I say that is the fact that a lot of people have been talking about electoral reforms and all that. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in such a way that it's going to be fair enough that people get a fair chance. And one of the most disturbing things about Tinubu's government is how far he is willing to go to disrupt, the opposition. Look at the behavior of Wiki, just to stifle PDP. No, now these are the things that are done in the open. Okay, imagine the things that are done behind closed doors. Now, in actions of Wiki, he is forced to act with the lights and the cameras. No, now imagine what is actually happening behind closed doors. That is where the real politics happen. And that aside, I think I think I'm going to vote Tinubu because of Kashim Shettima, who is the vice president. So I'm going to vote Tinubu in 2027. But if he drops Kashim Shettima, I drop him too. Like a hot tomato. That's all.
Let me ask you, because you're in Nigeria, you actually will vote, unlike some of these people here who will not vote. So what has Kashim Shettima done for you as vice president? Why you care that, or why you will consider the fact that he's there and you vote for Tinubu, even though you don't really like the administration? Can you tell me, please?
It's not that I don't like the administration. I don't like a one-party democracy because it's essentially not a democracy any longer. You know what I mean? The reason why I want Kashim to be there is the very fact that there is a newly developed seedlings of wheat and infrastructure that Kashim is putting in place. I think he's heading the National Economic Council, so he is in this privileged position to bring a lot of the things that Borno needs for recovery. I don't know if you understand what I mean, because we really have suffered. We've lost so many infrastructure. So for us to rebuild our societies back, the meager amount that the governor gets, as what he gets spent in a year,
are you saying that Kashima has been delivering for Borno State?
Alhamdulillah, yes. He has been trying. And two federal institutions, federal schools, a polytechnic, and a college of education. And the problem we have is Boko Haram now, like Western education. Now, a person who is now actually fighting to bring back that Boko, man, he has my vote, really. He does have my vote. And the governor of Borno State, Zulum, has this 25-year development plan. This 25-year development plan is an integrated kind of thing that mixes recovery, water and sanitation, health, education, irrigation, and then BDS, business development systems, in such a way that people are trained right from the people who go to the farm and get these crops as raw materials to the people who will be working in the factories. We have a solar factory here in Borno right now. We produce panels, solar panels, and thanks to Kashim Shettima too. It's not that big, but it is scalable because they are selling. They are doing quite well. And the thing I like about Kashim Shettima, a lot of people don't know, but he was a banker, a very shrewd one for that matter. So if he looks at something and sees that it's viable, usually in business terms, those ideas, they succeed. Now, this is just a few, but they are definitely worth every thinking Borno person's both. Because if he's no longer there, then I don't think anybody will be on that table to represent us that well. Simple.
One more question. Do you think that he's going to eventually be president, Kashim?
No. He will have that ambition. He's a politician. He's human. Everybody wants to. Now, if you were in his shoes, you would want to be. Osinbajo did want to be. Somebody did want to be president. It's just human. It's just human nature. Especially if you're a politician. What good are you a politician if you don't have ambition? If you don't have guts? If you don't have, the courage to take bold decisions. But I doubt if he would get it really. But alhamdulillah for his life, this man has like, he has won in the game of life. He came from a very poor family, started very poor, and at some point his political godfather SAS, that's Senator Adebayo Sharif, who is now irrelevant as far as Borno politics is concerned, came out to brag that, he brought Kashim Shettima to power. He was just a mere, what do they call it, bank manager, things like that. He was saying that, just to massage his ego. But the reality is that Kashim don't go. He has practically wrestled everything, every level of Borno politics. It's in his hands. And, Zulum, our governor, he's a professor who also comes from, I don't know how it is in the southeast, but usually in the north, you find towns or urban settlements, usually surrounded by small villages, hamlets, and places like that. So usually people who live in town, they see people who come from the village as some kind of they're not like I don't know if they are not civilized or they're not urbanized. Let's just say they're not urbanized, okay? Now, Zulum was the first person to come from the rural area and become a governor in Borno. Now, typically, the city people will look down on him. He's a professor, but they do look down on him. See the way he's behaving. This bushman, that kind of thinking now. Yeah, but one thing that I like with that man, with the governor, is, my God, if he says he's going to do something, he ensures that he does it. This guy survived 7 assassination attempts. 7 assassination attempts, and it doesn't really matter wherever danger is. Zulum would go. But at some point, people began to tell him that, it's no longer about him. And because as governor, if he's forced to go somewhere, then everybody has to follow him. And then if something happens, some people will die and all that. But I encourage, I salute that kind of courage. And that's the reason a lot of people in Zamfara, Katsina, and all those governors, they talk it, but they don't walk it. If you go to the internet, you see the evidence of what has happened to Zulum several times. I don't need to tell you. So it helps. It really helps.
We've been trying to get him on this show. It hasn't worked, but we continue.
Wow, excellent man.
Yeah, but one last thing, because it's not every day we have someone like you join us. So there are some things that people talk about Tinubu's accomplishments or his intentions. One of them is that things like state police, which traditionally most of the northern states will oppose, things like local government autonomy, and there are other things that people are saying he plans to do, most of which we see opposition from the north. How are people in the north seeing some of these movements, changes that we are seeing? Are they embracing it finally? For instance, if there is a new state in the southeast, would the north, do you think that is something that concerns the north?
Not at all. In fact, the caveat that I was
state police.
Yes. In fact, the caveat that I was going to make is that, you see, just because I am from the northeast, I cannot generally speak for the north, the entirety of the north. You know what I mean? The southerners have this. You oversimplify what is so complex and sophisticated about the North. Okay, and at the core of that is, I think, the history of this country, where media houses have originally been dominated by Southern press, like since the times of independence, the magazine, the newspapers. So what the North has a way of communicating within itself, but putting narratives out there and things like that, has not always been what the North is very good at. And that is why people have ideas. They pick on the internet, and then they come on platforms and just paint every Northerner this or that. And they then end up looking foolish and ignorant. But that aside, you see the state police thing. I would say that Borno was one of the reasons why it's going to be in reality. Go back memory lane, and Dr. Damages. I know you've been doing a lot of you know your news now. What happened in Maiduguri in 2013 was the fact that for the first time in history, that civilians actually turned against armed terrorists within the city, disarmed them, handed them over to the authorities, and then took control of the security of the state for weeks on end. And up till today, from that day in 2013, Boko Haram has never had another foothold in the town of Maiduguri. Of course, they had to migrate. Now they are the fringes of the Lake Chad and some small islands. They are also in the Mandara Mountains. That is, our natural border with Cameroon, and then in the Sambisa Forest. So they enjoy these places because these are the kind of terrains that is very difficult for the soldiers to penetrate with their, a lot of people don't give our soldiers the respect that they deserve because they do not understand the kind of battlefield these guys are facing and how difficult it is to navigate, and how when seasons change, tactics, logistics, technology, all this is changed. And the Boko Haram themselves are evolving at a very fast rate. Do you know they are using FPV drones right now?
Sorry, Rudolph. Is Hassan a guest, or how's this been done?
It's okay.
What?
I know what I'm doing. Go ahead, Kasam. Go ahead, continue.
One man, how you doing now? All right, so
my brother, I've always told you a sonnet, not a prose. You're talking sonnet, not prose.
All right. I'll try.
Okay,
so,
one last thing. There's a question for you from the comment section. I know people are frustrated, but I think it's an important question. So what is this about this Kabiru Sokoto? We saw that picture of him with Shetima in Government House. Do you know anything about that?
They snapped a picture together?
You have not seen the picture?
Well, I don't know about that, but I know I know that if Shetima, if there's anybody that would be called a terrorist or a sponsor of Boko Haram, I don't see Shetima as one of them. Okay, let me say this. There is a lot of Boko Haram that have surrendered right now, right? Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Now, they call it Operation Safe Corridor. And now what that Operation Safe Corridor is actually a United Nations, Finnish government, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the ICRC, and some organs within the United Nations. Of course, even the USAID. You remember when Trump was talking about, is this the picture?
Yeah, have you seen it?
Oh, how easily are people, this is not Kabiru Sokoto. Please point him out to me. Oh God. So this is the evidence.
That's what is out there. People are always refer to this. So it's not him.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
Maybe Ovie will know this. He's the only person that understands enough to know this. So usually, tribes have within the North, they have this tradition of actually being like playmates or people who just tease each other a lot. So, when Usman Elfodio came and was doing his Islamic jihad around Nigeria and approached Borno, the Sheikh then sent him a letter and explained to him that, look, this is the Kanem Borno Empire. We've had Islam even before your grandparents, knew what was Islam. Gave him verses from the Quran and the prophets, hadith, and then asked him not to attack, and that if he attacks, he's going to regret it. Okay, now Usman Amfodio later replied, and of course, he, officially recognized the Shehu. That is why it is only in Borno you hear Shehu in the north and all the remaining emirs. He recognized the Shehu. And the reality of the matter is that Usman Amfodio did not, recognize him because he is Muslim or anything like that. No, it is because of one reason. We had horses, we had cavalry. There is a saying in Hausa that is, so that you cannot compete with the Kanuris as far as horsemanship is concerned. And if you remember, if you go back 200 years ago, what was the power that you used to protect? It's horses. We have them. And our horses are Arabian horses, nimble, fast. They can flank. Okay, so that started something between Kanuris and Fulanis. And that is why I defend Fulanis a lot in places. And it's just banter, just like banter, wherever you see each other. So Kashim has this tradition of wherever he sees Fulanis, he sits down with them, calls them his slaves, things like that. And then at the end of the day, he buys something for them, has the cameras, just mock them, and then just for laughter. And because he is governor and has been in power for so long, there are a lot of Fulani families like this who have had their children even sponsored to, abroad, different countries in Europe and all that. As long as you have the brain, Kashim doesn't care. He's going to sponsor you. Now, he is sitting down with wherever he sees Fulanis, it doesn't really matter who. He can just sit down with them, start teasing them, and that was where that photo is taken. That this is no Boko Haram. I don't think Kabiru Sokoto is anywhere near here. There is a possibility that he went to the Borno State, what do they call it, lodge in Abuja. And a lot of people go there. And the other...
Hold on. This is from Premium Times newspaper.
Yeah.
It says here that Mr. Sokoto was initially arrested at the Borno State Governor's Lodge.
That was what I was saying.
So you are saying that has nothing to do with that picture?
It has not. Okay. How many people do you think work under the government of Borno State who control the lodge in Abuja? A lot of people who could be associated with anybody there. And if this is the evidence, let me even ask you, Rudolph, as a journalist who is an investigative journalist, do you think this stands as evidence enough to convict to say that?
No, first of all, I'm not an investigative journalist. That's a different field and different scale. What I'm saying is that this is what is in the public domain.
No, it's propaganda.
And if we have someone like you who is very familiar with Borno State, if you can explain it to us, you explain it. That's all I'm asking for. I don't have any opinion, but I'm just saying this is what is there in public. And if you know, you tell us. If you don't know, you tell us. That's okay. I mean, I'm not saying one word.
Yeah, I knew, but the reason why I was shocked was because the way he started the question, right? Like there's an element of conviction, as if the facts are established.
No,
beyond any reasonable doubt.
The person that sent that tweet, it reminded me that this is something that is in public forum, and that being that Shetima and you have confidence in him, you think he should be he's there representing you, that you may know and give us an answer that we don't. which is it's okay.
Yeah.
If you don't know, that's okay. But
I stand by what I said. He is no Boko Haram, has no ties with them. I haven't seen anything remotely to link him with Boko Haram. And knowing him, he is not Boko Haram. He is not.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to other people. Let me just point out that one of the things you said that is very important is that it's not that the media does not know how to break down things. So if I'm talking to the public and we are talking about Northeast, Northwest, or breaking it down even within the Northeast, a lot of people will be confused. So it's easier way for the media when they say North or South. And the same thing, Northerners, people in other parts of the country, when they look at the East or the Southwest, they don't see the divisions. As they will say Yoruba people are this, but Yoruba people are wide, bigger than one particular group, but that's something that for simplicity, even in America here, they make that.
It's true.
That's a mistake. It's a simple thing. Anyway, let's move on to who is next. Ovie, we have to round up. I have to go, but I want to hear everybody.
Yes, I don't know what you changed me now.
What happened? Okay. I think
supposed to be.
Okay. All right. Omore, go ahead. After you, Ovie. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Politics, you say, is a game of interest. But the only problem with this definition of being a game of interest is that people tend to concentrate on their personal interests above the overall interest. They are microcosm, which is a microcosm of the bigger interest. So that's what the last speaker has just demonstrated. And he started by saying he doesn't like a one-party state. Nigeria is, he doesn't like a one-party state. And Tinubu and Shatima, they are in the same party. I don't know what he was trying to make by that. Another thing is, he said he will not vote for Tinubu if Tinubu drops Fatima. He has just automatically said he's not going to vote for Tinubu because if not for the crisis from America and all that, by now, Shetima will have been dropped. So, that one does not even, the bully from, the threat from Donald Trump is not going to help issues. So, they're not going to entertain Muslim ticket in the next dispensation.
Rudolph, I please ask you. Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry.
Nobody interrupted you.
No, don't get angsty now. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Rudolph. Okay, don't do that to me.
But when you were talking, nobody interrupted you. You need to let him talk. This is
hold on, guys.
Let me talk to him now. I just want you to give me a right of reply, okay? Because I did not call any one of them's name, and now he's beginning to call names and talking nonsense.
It doesn't matter. You can respond.
It matters. It matters. Don't shout me down.
Can you guys?
If you bring me in, I have a right to talk back.
Yeah.
If you don't bring me in, say your nonsense.
So Niger, hold on. What I will ask you to do is just relax, let him finish, and I'll give you a chance to respond. Comrade, go ahead. Go ahead, Omori.
Yeah, the threat from Donald Trump is not going to. It's going to complicate issues for Shatima. Like I was saying, there were already moves, frantic moves at that, at the top level of APC to jettison Shatima for somebody from Northwest. That move was already on. So the only problem, the only reason why you see they're still retaining him is because of the unexpected threat they got from Donald Trump. And that one has even come to complicate issues for him. So in the next dispensation, if anybody is still dreaming of Muslim ticket, that person will be delusional as far as politics is today. So Tinubu is doing everything humanly possible. Tinubu is doing everything humanly possible. Whether he's serious or not is a different thing entirely. To let the Donald Trump and the West know that it's not part of what is happening. We know he's part of it because he doesn't have to wait till Donald Trump has to, pressure him to take certain actions. So Tinubu was continuing on the trajectory of there was no difference between Tinubu and Buhari as far as banditry and extremism is concerned in the north. So They were playing exactly the same card. So what you see them doing right now is to create the impression that, oh, I'm not part of what is happening. We're taking action. We're serious about what we're doing. If you doubt me, you ask yourself, why will you want to wait till there were some people that were fingered, even other Buhari that were not that were untouchables? So why does he have to wait till Donald Trump has to speak for Tinubu to pretend as if he's taking action? But I was just trying to address the last speaker. If you say you're not going to vote for Tinubu, if he drops Shetima, basically you're not going to vote for Tinubu because he's going to, mark today's date, he's going to drop Shetima. I'm telling you, and I put my face to that. So, that being said, I also want to talk to my brother at KJ. Please, if you say because Obi is an Igbo man, I understand where you're coming from. The Igbo phobia is there. But then, like I said in our last discussion about 2 weeks ago, don't always fall for this. It's like a trap that I have set for everybody from the Southeast to gaslight everybody. That when they intimidate you, like, even if they're not going to be able to do you anything, you're already saying, oh, I'm an Igbo man, I'm not going to talk. No, allow anybody to shut you up. You know, don't fall for that Jimmy. Don't fall for that trap. It's going to be too dangerous. If I protest now because I'm Igbo man, when people are calling for protest, they have started working for them. Igbo people should not participate. If we participate, they're going to kill us. Are they going to write on their forehead that they are Igbos when the whole Nigerians are calling for national, something that has to do with national interest? So I will apologize to you one more time. I repeat to you one more time. Don't waste money. They didn't kill Abiola because he was an Igbo man. They killed Abiola because of the wicked system. The Nigerian system is like a witch. It doesn't care whether he's killing the daughter, he's killing the son. They take one of their best. They eat one of their best. They can eat anybody else because the system is bad. I don't want to believe. I know there is a Igbo phobia there. I don't want to make projection necessarily. I don't see any opposition that will be a threat to Tinubu and his APC Igbo party. I'm not seeing any threat from anywhere. I don't think they are prepared. I think all of them are working for Tinubu directly. Thank you.
All right. We have to hurry up because I have to leave. But I want to hear from everybody. So quickly, when I come to you, 3 minutes should be enough. Niger is Valhalla. Hold on. I'll give you the chance when everybody has weighed in, just in case there are other people who may say something that you want to respond to. All right. Ovie, you are next.
Because I mean, you always find a way to twinkle with the time when you reach my turn, but it's okay. Hassan, I hear you.
Clear slay cover. That go. That's how indeed. I'm some bad.
Hold on, Dr. Dameji, do you know that me and Hassan we get Babandege de Gede Amaka Kande Chilo? You know what that means? It means that we have different fathers, but one grandfather. I'm just want to give a Panzer ammunition to get to work.
You know say from looking out from the outside, nobody would expect that me and you were related. And that's on them, man. That's on them.
Anyway, Obi candidacy 2027. Hey, I make a note of that. No understand. Days, I mean weeks. When after 2023, Obi came out and officially said that his movement is bigger than any political party. People don't understand what it means. It means that his candidacy is based on grassroots mobilization, organization, however you want to put it. It is not party-based. So people are expecting coalition of a party merger. That is not going to happen. At the right time, the man will come out and make an announcement, and you will see the convergence of different kind of interests. And those interests will be based on three things. We forget that we think as 2025 they finish things do. No, 2026 is going to be worse economically, just like I predicted. I predicted when Bola Tinubu in. I said there's only two things to expect. More Nigerians will be subjected to the states, that is more poverty, and few people make stupendous poverty, wealth, and that's what is happening. So 2027 is going to work. So that is going to alienate a lot of people, or actually anger a lot of people to want to participate. Because people they say big will lose a lot of people. That's a fact, but it also will gain a lot of people based on these factors. Geopolitical tension, it is just getting started. So 2026 is not going to be anything better. It's going to be worse. Again, that is also going to bring more coalition, more movement, more agitation, more protest, more whatever. That way amounts to that movement that will be is basically candidature. Again, presidential politics as we practice and like Olympics. Now, every 4 years, but at the same time, that Olympic year, the game of semi-final, is equal as the game of final, because you have to make it throughout the semi-final before you can make the final. So, come 2027, there are some candidates who will be actually running their semi-finals. Obi is one of them. Yes, gentleman agreement. The Obi is one of them because all he needs to do is to get 6 million or above, or better his position. And that becomes a problem for that turn-by-turn candidate that is going to the north. Because at that going to 2027, that the fracture, the pressure will be on the northern politician to outperform themselves, not necessarily to beat Tinubu, but to beat either B2B or to outperform themselves, because we all know come 2031, it's going to be what consensus candidate that will come from the north. So who is going to be that anointed candidate? So that is what 2027 is for the northern candidate. So Obi chance is just growing. So his candidacy now semi-final for him, because if he actually did well, then it becomes a man to beat in 2031, regardless of how you see the turn by turn. Because Atiku will be aging out. So who will be out there that will get millions come 2027 that will be say, okay, this person go fit B2B. So even if Obi no one run, he no get choice. So it is just the beginning. So 2027, he's going to show up in a way that we never expect before. So the idea of saying go party now that is beside the point. We have 18 political parties in Nigeria. So all they need to do what he normally does, because towards people forget at the beginning of this year, if we remember, the arrest of Farouk to be close of the year. So we give him a month to come out in early December and make pretty much presidential announcement that actually carry equal weight with that of will be that of Tinubu. And he said something. He said, "I am here to stay, even though they 30 people around me." In other words, those who are capable to either donate or to influence those movements have been threatened one way or the other. He said it in January. And so the idea that he's not going to contest, I don't see where that is coming. So we should watch out. As I said, his candidacy is a movement-based, not political party-based. And the Nigeria party are out there for sale.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Let me just remind everybody, KJ, we have a show after this where you can have enough time to digest this and go into different directions in the conversation. So, but quickly, Ike, I cannot
respond to Okpabolo's this thing right now. I have to wait. I'm just asking.
No, I don't know. It depends. If this book and everybody left.
No, I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah. If we can, but I don't see that.
All right.
Ike, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. My brother over here, you spoke now like we attended the meeting of Obedient Movement together. Well, I'm surprised of you. I'm surprised. I don't know how, but it's good. In trying to follow what Ovie said, it's not only what Osoloka said this week. You see, excuse me. This week you saw Obi with Senator Baribe in Shonahang University or College. He didn't wear. You see the
yeah, I did. Yeah.
He said we. He didn't say I. He said we are coming out in a different form. So I just want you to know that just like what Obi said, we are not a political party. We are a grassroots movement. And people say, oh, obedient, they are no more evident. You know, listen, 2020 January or before 31st of December, you're gonna hear announcement, and that will begin to tell you that we have not been sleeping. It's not like what Ovie said. There's no more political party base. It's a grassroots movement. You know, so there is a lot of night talk going on. You know, there is a lot of secret meetings in the midnight going on everywhere in the north, from every part of the north, south, and the southeast. So, you know, before Obi will make an announcement in January, be rest assured that the ground has been watered before he will ever speak. You know, because they have been waiting for him to speak. I just want you to know that what happened in 2023 was the beginning of the new movement. You know, so we have put it behind us, and we are for 2027. But by January or 31st of December, we are going to make an announcement that is going to shake the political scene of Nigeria. It's going to be broad-based. It's not going to be, you know, people you don't expect. They will be involved. You know, so I don't have much to say to tell you that what Dr. Dameji said about the Seluka was true, and what Obie said was true, and what I'm telling you now is true. The point is that what has been going on behind the scene, just like any of us know, APC do not want P2B to have a political platform. That's the simple truth. It's not hidden. That's the goal. But you see, Obi is always 10 miles ahead of them and plan. You know, so but I want to reassure you that Obi is coming out in January. We make an announcement. God bless you.
All right, thank you so much. Mazi Obara, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good evening once more. You know, about P2B, I've made up my mind. I've said it before, and I'm repeating it again. Nigeria is not ready for Igbo presidency. Nigeria is not ready to pronounce an Igbo man the president of Nigeria. Take it to your bank. By the grace of God, 2027, God willing, we are coming here again to discuss P2B and how he was dribbled. Your guest, your guest, the son that left, he said one that I picked up. He said why the state police was not included in this 1999 constitution was because of Ojukwu and Biafra. He said it here. We Igbos, we have to be very careful the way we discuss issues with Nigeria. Nigeria is not ready. When Dr. Eleso Ikweme said before he died, he said that Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is not ready for Igbo man. He said it. And we, this generation, if we continue to believe that one day, ANEC chairman will wake up early in the morning or in the afternoon and say, P2B is the winner of general election in Nigeria. Folks, this is a wishful thinking. P2B, I'm suspecting that P2B might use Zenith Labour Party for 2027. P2B's supporters are still intact, but the Nigerian system is not going to allow P2B or any Igbo man to become the president of Nigeria unless if it is constitutional and rotational. Otherwise, we are wasting our time and our energy campaigning for P2B. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazapara. Tony, I'll come to you, but let's give the Niger is Vahala the chance to respond because he has to go pray. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone, especially those who understand what I'm trying to say. I don't feel as if I owe anybody any explanation. The comrade, what he said when he started talking, that to think that Tinubu is going to take Shetima is delusional, blah, 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 blah. Well, obviously, he looks like an elder and an older person. So I wouldn't want to trade, those kind of words with him. But at the end of the day, it's obvious nickname now that all now politics, isn't it? So it's a game of interest. I set my own interest. I have my own strategy, and I have my own priorities. You have your own. Let's go there. Let's see who wins at the battlefield. There's a typical Hausa saying that says, "In the Babu Esani Aichiko Muslim Dembe." That if you see people are arguing about who's a better wrestler, then it's because there is no ring close by. Okay, so having said that, what I know and believe is going to happen is that Tinubu has a very big chance of winning, and for other people who take the North on stereotypes or on their prejudices and then when they see people like me, they see like they've seen a scarecrow or something that to vent their anger on. There is one thing that I have that Igbos, usually talk about is Odeshi. So, guys, I'm going to go and pray. I hope Tinubu succeeds, and I hope Nigeria succeeds. I wish you all the best. See you next time. Bye.
No, Hassan, stay. Hassan, don't run. I actually come in because of you. I have some questions for you, please. Do not run.
He has to go and pray. All right. So quickly, I just want Tony. I think you are the only one left. Tony and Kene.
Yeah.
If I skip you, please, and then I'll give Jim time to respond. Okay, Tony, quickly, 2 minutes or 3, please. I have to go.
Let me just yield to Kene so that you will have enough time. Kene, please take the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tony. God bless you. I see. That's why we pray to have elders like you around all the time. See, Dr. Damages, you ask.
What of elders like us?
You are still putting that until you remove it. Let's see your true eye. Elders like you are still good, but I don't know why you're on the other side. But no problem. I think we'll let her align to the right direction.
It's not asking to come to Okpaholo side.
No. Okpaholo is a scammer.
They are using your time, they are using your time.
Okay, rewind the time, please. Okay, sorry. The thing is, you ask, I don't know if he's their guest, because he's always assuming the position of a guest. You ask him a question, and you actually showed him a picture, which I think that picture isn't the right picture. But the fact remains that Kabiru Sokoto was rearrested in Borno State Governor's Lodge, Asokoro, in Abuja, 2012. And who was the governor of Borno State as at then? Shetima, your current vice president, was in charge of the lodge, the Borno State Lodge in Asokoro. So how would a well-known hardened criminal or terrorist be arrested in your lodge, in your house, and then somebody like Hassan is trying to exonerate Shetima of being involved with the presence of the Kabiru Sokoto? See, I always tell you this, guys, whether you like it or not, and I believe you will still come back to agree with me. A Fulani person in Nigeria, most of them are potential terrorists. And I'm not hiding, I'm not putting water in my mouth when I'm saying this. The leaders, their leaders, the so-called leaders, be it the Shetima, the Fulani governors, senators, House of Rep, all the Fulani, every Fulani man that you see in leadership position in Nigeria is a terrorist. a pure terrorist. For you to have security in Nigeria, you must make sure that none of them is in the position of leadership. None of them is heading any of our military or paramilitary outfit. If not, if you don't do that, you are just wasting your time. Take them out completely. They are terrorists. You see this one say he wants to go and pray. I don't know. I don't want to insult some religion anyway. But the fact remains that these people will never admonish their own when they are doing wrong. If you don't come out to say that these are our people, we don't associate ourselves with their wrongdoings, which means you are part of the wrongdoing. You are part of the evil. And that is why where I categorized my own judgment to entire Fulani people in Nigeria. Since they don't come out to condemn the activities of their fellow Fulani, which means they are all thieves, like the likes of Gumi, Sheikh Gumi. They are terrorist people. I've never seen any Fulani man come out and condemn Sheikh Gumi. None. I've never seen any Fulani man come out and condemn the activities of Boko Haram terrorists. Instead, they will find reasons like, oh, they are our children. Any attack on them is an attack on the North. No, don't lump North into your nonsense. Any activity, these people are misguided youths. We have to redirect them. These are the kind of stupid excuses you'll be hearing from these kind of people. But that's by the way. Now we're talking about our brother, the winner of 2023 election, which is P2B. Chris Ngige was seen with P2B, and the next thing was EFCC arresting Chris Ngige for doing nothing wrong. They can't charge him of being a criminal because Chris Ngige is never a criminal. They can't charge him of any misappropriation of funds. It was about contract. Contract was awarded, duly awarded, and then he's been treated like a criminal. Again, Abaribe is seen
and denied bail, They
exactly.
denied him bail. On self-recognition, he was denied. Self-recognition.
Exactly. Then, who knows if Abaribe will be the next? Because Abaribe has been seen with P2B. This is a war against Igbo. And that is why any Igbo human being, any Igbo person that will stand up and criticize any Igbo person, that person has bought my own market, right? I will make sure, okay, let me not say. But the thing is, I cannot at this point condemn any Igbo ban in Nigeria. It's a war against Igbo. So if any Igbo person is trying to survive, protecting our own, I will back up that person. But we still have Efulefus like Ojus Okalo, Ato Eze, Nubo, Emeko for all those people. Soludo, you know, there's one other. Yeah. So all these people, I can't support them. I will even join to criticize them, you know. But that is what we have. We are trying to salvage our nation, which is the Igbo nation. We are trying to bring true leadership. We are trying to survive, right? We are all victims of all this terrorist organization called Nigeria. We are trying to make sure that our future young ones are safeguarded. But if you think that we are playing, come out. I will cut your leg into two. But that's it. Thank you, Dr. Damages. And thank you, Mr. Tony, for giving me the chance.
All right. At this point, I don't know if we will continue to keep saying this, but on this platform, all generalizations are wrong. All of them, including this one. You know, I can turn things around and do one on Igbo people, and Kene will freak out if I generalize. But it's easy for us to do that on other people.
No, Rudolph, it has taken a long while. Now, we're not going to stand up for ourselves. Since
yeah, but it's not about...
No, hold on, sir. They were not...
Give my sister a chance to talk.
It was not a problem for them when they were doing that. Nobody was raising an eyebrow. When the whole Southwestern media turned against the story of Ndibo and kept mouthing it till tomorrow, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. But when we talked about
I
it,
think you are scared of these people.
We are going to continuously to talk about it.
You are scared of these people. I think that is why you are trying to make sure you don't offend them. They can be offended. Let them be offended. I am the one offending them. Let them feel offended. I want them to feel offended every day.
Can I hold on? KJ, hold on. I hear you, KJ. I point that out more than anybody else, what happened in the past and what is still happening in some places. But the point is that, I mean, my position and how I see things is that anywhere I see something that is wrong, I point it out. It doesn't matter what side.
Okay.
Wait. Can I hold on? Let me finish. I'm not okay. The last thing I want to say is that there's something they call confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias. We all have it. If you say you don't have it, you are lying. So what it means is simply that if I believe something, I'm looking for evidence that will confirm what I believe. When I see evidence that is not supporting what I believe, I throw it away. So if I ask you now to prove anything, what you are going to do is to give me different evidences that will prove that thing. The ones that will disprove it.
Can you fact check me right now? Can you show me a video where a Fulani man?
Yeah, I wanted to get to that because I have so many videos. I have so many, but it's not like I store videos and label them and wait for Kene to come and talk, and then I will go and pull it off immediately and show you. But Kene, if you want that, I will actually say, I have your contact. I will actually send it to you at home. Okay, I have your contact. I'll send it to you so you can see that. But anyway, thank you so much. I really have to go. Chim, 2 minutes.
I will give Ngozika my space to speak. She's coming from Nigeria. If she finishes and there's no space for me to talk, then we can close. Ngozika, please go ahead.
Hi, Chim. Thank you so much. I came to rant. Oh shit.
That's the first sign you're ranting.
Okay. Since she's in the process of ranting and it has stopped. Let me say this, starting from your confirmation bias, let me go up to the things I want to say. One is this. So I agree with you when it comes to the issue of confirmation bias. But that was what Hassan was doing. He was selecting what he wanted to use to defend himself. And I think you gave him a lot of time. I appreciate and understand why. We don't get to see there's this whole, you brought in federal character into that process because you gave that guy enough time to explain Babadash. As far as I'm concerned, he was just ranting and feeling like somebody playing with his toy, showcasing the physical toy and then going on, and we're just listening at him like he's some historian or whatever. Please, if we're going to be giving 2 minutes, let's give everybody 2 minutes. But this is not a physical calling out of you. But what I'm just simply saying is I saw federal character at play. This whole thing about some people have, what is the word? Educational disadvantage. He is not media disadvantage. They can come here, give them equal slot like you give everybody. But this whole idea that because we rarely see people from the north, and then when we see one outlier, then we throw the whole space out to them, I'm against it. Don't do it, please, sir. Don't do it. This is what they have used to damage that country called Nigeria. If they feel that they need to come here and counter anything anybody said, they should come here like everybody else. Nobody has stopped them from coming here. Just the same way we say women should come also. But you played that game this afternoon, brother. I'm being honest. You played it. You gave him more than enough time that he sounded like he was the guest. Then lastly, to Okpabolo. I don't know if he's not here. Okpabolo, I didn't say you shouldn't hold your views. My views are, and they remain, that based on what I've seen, P2B will not be on any ballot. I don't know the party. If it's this Zenith platform that Mr. Okpara mentioned that he's going to go, well, sorry for him. What happened to him in 2023 will happen to him again and again and again and again. In fact, if I were him, I would just support Atiku and forget this whole thing he's trying to do. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking against my fellow Igbo brother, but I don't see him having a chance. He lost that chance when he could not coordinate and fight to retrieve something he know he won. We can delude ourselves here and say, oh, anybody ask me, where's my evidence? Listen, P2B won 2023 election. Simple. I can stand on any rooftop and say it. My grouse with him is he could not go and fight for what he knew he had. And as far as I'm concerned, he has no business coming for 2023. He should just stay away from it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chim.
Okay, Chim, thank you. Ngozika. Ngozika, can you hear me? All right, Dominic. Round
Greetings
up.
all. Why are you skipping Ngozika?
We can hear her. She can hear
Oh,
us. Yeah.
she's frozen.
Mm.
No, I just came here as just to offer moral support because I know the amount of I know you do great work, and and every once in a while you get jabbed. You know, it's expected. You know, as when you're in journalism, you're always gonna have people who agree with you and people who disagree with you. That's one thing I'm learning in life. You're not gonna make everybody happy, so long as you're sticking to your principle and you're doing what you feel is right. Um, those who know Rudolph for a very long time understand that sometimes the reason why he does certain things is because he wants to have a certain philosophy with how he runs his program, right? And I'm not here to be an apologist or to explain anything, but one thing I've enjoyed about Rudolph's show is he tries to allow everyone to share their opinion, wants to make everyone feel welcomed. Some people may see as being a cop out. You know, he's an Igbo man. He should have this certain bias towards certain people. But I've learned from Rudolph how to do certain things, how to do journalistic work. I'm not a journalist, but the little that I've learned from Rudolph, I appreciate. So even when I have people show up from certain places that we don't usually see, I give them more time. So if I see someone from the north, I give them more time. People think it's a bias, but I mean, we have heavy southern bias here, which is something that we don't control. So when I see people from the north, I offer them the platform to speak more. If I see women, I give them more time to speak. Is it unfairness? Nothing in life is fair. It's Rudolph's program, so he can choose how he wants to run it. I've sort of gotten on his philosophy, and I think it makes sense. So, but obviously, we can always agree to disagree. Chim has his opinion. We can banter in our private chat and be like, Chim, we should do this way, and he'll be like, no, do it that way. That's all part of the healthiness of having a show where we can all share our opinions comfortably. I didn't used to know Rudolph 4 or 5 years ago, right? I started watching his show, became interested. We started talking on a personal level. I love the way he thinks, and then he got.
But Rudolph knows I'm not against him. He knows I'm not against him. So
oh yeah,
that makes me happy. He knows that I'm not against him.
I'm only sharing some of these things so people appreciate the man who is behind this shirt and tie. This man sometimes doesn't eat and he stays for hours. His wife is in the background bothered, but Rudolph still does what he does. He writes books, he teaches, so he does a lot of stuff. So every once in a while, I cut him some slack. Yeah. That's what I came to say. I came to be his
chairman. On this one, I won't cut him any slack.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. I know where to get Chim. That's a different issue.
Doctor, I just want to
the point is there's something I have to clear. Just not in defense of anything.
Yeah, I don't agree with you. Talk.
This is a production. This is a production. Sometimes people don't say that this is a production. It's like the way you watch Big Brother Niger. They get all these videos and then they decide which one to show you. And there are some production decisions that are involved. I'm not going to give everybody 2 minutes. It cannot happen. It doesn't. This is not like I don't know where you have to stick to. You have the right to decide. This is of production value. It doesn't mean that tomorrow, if I'm talking about Ososo, I will come to Ovie and I give Ovie more time because Ososo is important. What Ovie has to say about Ososo is important.
What's Ososo?
I don't know.
That's when you come
to you give me as much time.
That's the paradise I came
know Ososo very well.
Guys, yeah, let us speak before our network goes off.
If we're talking about Anambra State, for instance, and Kene is here, I know Kene is from Anambra State. I want to hear from him because he might have insight. Just like if anybody is coming back from Nigeria and has something to tell us, I'll give them more. I did that yesterday with Ife and Righteous Man. It's not about everybody must get the same equal time. It's no. It might be a situation where if we're talking about Canada, I will let you talk more than anybody else. I can't say when we're talking about Canada, I will say KJ should talk about Canada. Chimney is looking at me like I've not done that before. But this is how it is. This is how it is. There's some production. Hold on, guys. There's some production. I know it may look like I'm standing here alone, I'm not alone. I have people behind me who I have an executive producer who is telling me what certain things to do. So, that's how it works everywhere. CNN at any point. They can call me now at CNN.
See, Rudolph, this is why sometimes we
wait, hold on.
Doing the talking for you.
So at CNN, you can be on air and they'll say, cut, we have something more important to do than what you guys are doing. You cut. So we are not all powerful, but there are production decisions involved in what we do. It's not that everybody's not important. Everybody's important. But if the decision is that we have to get Pansat because there's something going on where I'm just seeing Pansat's comments. We have to get Pansat because there's something going on. We call him at home and say, come, Pansat, come. We need you. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Okay, Rudolph, please. Yeah. I want to correct an impression that is already ruined me. I don't want that to go further, right? The truth is, I'm not against any tribe. I'm not against any religion. As you all know, I don't even belong to any religion. I just belong to God.
Some days you do. Some days.
Yeah. No, I just hate where a particular religion is being attacked. So I have to, say the truth, right? But the truth is, I'm not against any tribe. However, when it comes to this issue of insecurity in Nigeria, it has always been coming from a particular tribe. And I've made serious efforts to see a balance, like see where those people from that tribe comes out and condemn the activities of their people. I've seen none. And my conclusion is, and I've also seen the same people in leadership position defending terrorism. So what do you want me to say? So when I'm saying Fulani people, you may take it as being generalized. If it's generalized, let it be. I'm tired. Do you understand? Let them condemn the activities of their people. And I will now begin to say some.
Can
you understand?
The first thing is that Shetima is not Fulani. I don't know how to begin to argue with you.
No, the same Shetima have also come out and claimed that he is a Kanuri and also a Fulani man.
Anyway,
in short, at some point, he claimed 3 tribes, Kanuri, Fulani, and Hausas. They are the same. They are one. So he belongs to all of them. As a politician now, how they will, for political purpose, they will claim this and claim that. He made such claims.
Let me quote something for you. Just go and search Chinua Achebe and stereotype. What he said about that. He said that stereotype is, let me remember. But the point he made is that you have to be lazy to put everybody in any group, all Catholics, all Pentecostal, to put them. You don't want to give them individual assessment. He said that even if it's positive, even if we say that all Igbo people are good at business, it's wrong because it's not true. Not everybody is good at business. All Igbo people.
And it is not also true that the 1966 coup wasn't an Igbo coup, but it's an Igbo coup. Everybody, Igbo coup, right?
The point.
You understand?
The point.
So we have to be defending ourselves all the time. So I want the Fulani people to come and defend themselves.
It's not also true that people from Delta State are not Igbos. If not, let them take that to Kumanzogu.
All right, I gotta go. But let me say one last thing. The Jews. Let me use them as an example. Some people do not understand when you study the history of America why the Jews were very, very much involved in the civil rights movement and why they were criticized with what was going on in Gaza in the last few years. They were involved in civil rights movement because they've seen oppression, they've seen genocide. Anywhere they see it, they feel that it's their responsibility to fight against it because they've learned that if you don't, when other people are being victims, eventually it will get to you. I would think that Igbo people, having seen what happened to them before the war, during the war, will be at the forefront. Whenever you see something that is injustice, you'll be at the forefront to say, this idea of stereotyping everybody, this is why we suffered. I'm against this. But somehow people think it's okay to say they did it to me Why can't I do it to other people? And it will come back, it will continue. It will get everybody again and again and again. That's my philosophy. But that's all I have to say. I gotta go.
But Shetima doesn't believe that though.
That what?
Shetima doesn't believe in that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what Shetima believes.
No, still, there is idealism and there is realism. I believe in idealism, but I live in a real world.
Yeah. So, but the moment you see something right and you are not doing it, you're doing something wrong. Well, even if you're being realistic, you're saying that you're being realistic. You know.
So
if you believe in theory that Achebe is right in saying,
I agree, he's right, but in the practicality,
but then you say that
at the practicality, if I'm under attack, I'm going to push back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can push back, but you have to do it with principle, and the principle is still the same. That you cannot say that everybody.
Rudolph, I agree with you. I'll end here. Please try helping or saving a scorpion that is about drowning.
Is there aesthetics in a fight, in a war? Do you go and be rubbing pancake and lipstick in a war?
Drowning, and try saving that scorpion from drowning.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate
it.
Can you see me? Can you hear us?
See Ngozi now.
Can you hear us? Okay. All right. Say something before I go.
You know what you have from God.
Good evening. Sorry, I've been struggling with my internet. Today is especially bad. Good evening, everyone. Compliments of the season. So I joined quickly because I thought our guest was going to talk about Christmas on the team.
Sorry, Ngozi, why are you glowing in the dark?
Go ahead.
I joined to talk about Christmas under Tinubu for the third time. You know, they say the third is a charm, number 3 is a charm. So I thought the guest was going to, and I was going to sort of go off from whatever he said. But since he didn't show, and I wanted to talk about Christmas under Tinubu in maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds. And I'll start with, our people and adaptability. I don't know, at this point, I think it's both a blessing and a curse. More of a curse, actually, because insecurity. They are grabbing people from off the road. They are grabbing people from their houses. They are grabbing people from the streets. They are grabbing people from the farms. Insecurity everywhere. So what do Nigerians do? Nigerian transport companies do. They bring bulletproof buses for people that will be traveling for the Xmas, so that when they want to grab the people on the road and start shooting your bus, you will still have a leeway to escape. And I'm asking, if they shoot at the body of the bus, would they spare the tire? Is the tire too bulletproof? Nigerians and adaptability. It does not end. And my worry is that we do not see how this has become a part of us. We do not see how it has become we think we call it survival. It's not survival. It is constantly having to bend over, adjust, shift, accommodate, even when we should be doing something to say, no, this can no longer continue like this. We always find a way. This bulletproof bus was the one that sent me. I could not believe my eye. And many people were like, what do you want them to do? And they're trying their best now. It's not going to protect them. It's like the same people that were saying, don't travel by the road, just book a flight. Flight is now almost ×2. Even if you manage to book it, that same week, a lady from Lagos booked a flight to Owerri. When she got to Owerri, just the 1 hour drive from the Owerri airport to her village, she was grabbed. And when Nigerians keep saying things like this, when you tell them this thing is happening like this, and they'll tell you, since it is like this, don't travel at night, they'll grab you at night. You now tell them, but they're also grabbing people during the day. They'll be like, don't travel now, stay where you are and do Christmas. And you are where you are, and there's no internet. And they say, must you make call? And where you are, there's no lights. And they say, go and buy fuel. Must you rely on NEPA? And then you go and buy fuel, there's a queue. They'll say, wait your turn now. Is the only you that is there? They always have something to tell you to adjust, to shift, to accommodate. It's so uncomfortable and it has become a culture. Even kids are now learning how to do it. Even kids, it's so sad. I don't know. This particular one, this boss, when they say the road that broke the camel's back, this was it for me. I could not believe it, because this year alone, I've made 2 trips to Lagos at different times. One was very, very recent. And the first time was defiance. I took a night bus. The first time, that was in February, I took a night bus. My entire family wanted to go crazy. The second time, I had to lie to them. I did not tell anyone till I arrived. And then when they found that, they still wanted, if they could, they would so beat me up. And you can't. All I am saying is, please, let's stop adapting. It don't do. Let's stop adapting. And this constant need to find a way. Instead of finding a way, can we start confronting the issues head on? Let's stop the way where we don't find don't too much. We don't get too many ways now. All I'm saying is, let's just confront the issues from now onwards and stop adapting, because bulletproof or not, they are still going to grab whoever they want to grab off the road. And there's no point telling people to stay where they are and celebrate Christmas. It doesn't make any sense. How long are they going to stay there? People are not going to go to their ancestral homes anymore because somebody's going to grab them on the road. It does not make any sense. People will leave the issues and be attacking people that are traveling. Why are you traveling in this insecurity? Why don't you hold your government responsible? Why are you attacking people that are traveling and telling them to stay where they are? Please, Nigerians, stop adapting. Confront the issues head on. All this fear to die. If you don't die, you should not want go heaven pass. If not know that, how I want to go the heaven? Every day now, for every day, we know the hear word. I'll be in my house. They'll be screaming in their different churches that is around. Heaven, God, God. And they still, the thing that will bring them closer to that heaven, they don't want to do it. I'm just tired. That's why I came to rant. Good night, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. On that note, I want to thank everybody that joined. Let me remind you, KJ will host another stream immediately after this. I want to thank those that supported us. Real K, thank you. AY for real, thank you. Has Valiant, thank you. Has Valiant, thank you. On behalf of everybody that helped behind the scene, my executive.
Rudolph, you want to close without me saying hello to your panel?
You were in the dark. I didn't see you. Seriously, I didn't see you.
You were not glowing in the dark like.
You were in the dark. There was no light. I didn't know you were there. But okay, go ahead. Say hi to everybody.
Rudolph, you are kicking me out of your platform, right? No problem.
You even well done in the darkness itself.
Go ahead. Good evening to everybody. Yeah, I spoke to the panelists yesterday. I was in Imo State. Precisely, I was at Mbano yesterday. As I'm talking to you now, I am in Delta State, Warri, to be precise. I crisscrossed Port Harcourt, Eleme. I went to Patani. I went to Gele, and from Gele, I ended up in Delta State. So, I mean in Warri. I'm right now in Warri town. And just arrived to see one of the
refinery road.
You say what?
You there for refinery road.
The debt?
You there for
Righteous man, go ahead. Forget about OBN, please.
Okay, so just like Ngozika said, this issue of false alarm that is being raised about insecurity is not correct. I've spent 2 weeks now in the southeast, and now I'm in the south, and I've visited about four towns today, and everywhere everything is just okay. Nobody is harassing anybody. Then I was asking myself, where is this thing that I've been so much blown out of order in the social media? It seems as if our politicians are using this insecurity to put fear in the life of Nigerians.
if there is actually insecurity, it is not to the level of the way it had been, said. I think the insecurity in Nigeria is mainly in the north and the middle belt. But for the southeast here, that I've been in for 2 weeks now, and in the south here, everything is moving on well. In fact, when I stopped at DSC roundabout, it was about 7 p.m. then. I was holding my Android phone. At a time, fear came upon me. I said, but they said they will snatch your phone in Warri or whatsoever. And when I took this Keke Marwa, the guys, in fact, I removed my phone and threw it inside the polythene bag that I was holding. But the guy sitting beside me was holding too powerful handset, more than my own. So I was now I said, this guy is holding a more costlier phone than me. So why will I now hide my own? Due to the fear that, I got from Lagos State, that Warri is a place you cannot visit. They will just pick up your phone and then rob you. So I'm just coming in now. My guest took me out. We went and just, enjoy ourselves with Warri pepper soup, and everywhere is okay. Nobody's harassing anybody. Very quiet, So this thing of insecurity, don't come back home, hang in Lagos. It's a campaign of calumny. They just want to make sure that the economy of the Southeast and South die. It is not real. I've not been flying. I've been moving around with cars.
Please stop. Oh God.
Stop what?
All right. We have to stop. What will happen is that you guys can go over to KJ. KJ is waiting. Let's continue the conversation. I will listen in. I won't be able to join, but I will listen in. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Ngozika. I appreciate you for being here. Righteous Man, thank you so much. Shim, thank you so much. We will see the other end. Ovia, thank you. Ike, thank you. KJ, thank you. Kenneth, thank you. And Dr. Dominic. Thank you. Merry Christmas, because we will see again after Christmas, and I will catch some of you.
I thought democracy is not Merry Christmas, it's Happy Holidays.
All right. Thank you.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.